Hello. Welcome to another a very special, exciting election day episode of Shattermare Live. How's everybody doing? And by
Doing
everybody,
hello,
I mean my,
everybody
my two
who's
awesome
listening.
co-hosts.
Hello, everybody who's
Oh, you're
listening.
talking about me. Yeah,
Yeah, you
doing
guys.
good.
Kyle always.
And William, your mic is low again. Something happened
What the
during
hell
the
happened?
intro. I don't know. Maybe it's fucking with you. Maybe it's
You gotta take care
StreamYard.
of the mic.
Hold
You
on.
gotta
Say
make sure it's
something.
happy.
Let me wiggle it. That usually helps.
Yeah. I don't, the problem is if I turn you up a bunch, it's just gonna be static.
I can turn it up on my end.
I mean, I can
So,
hear you now. It's just kind of staticky.
yeah, it's okay. How about this?
Just some white noise.
How about
Uh,
this?
that's
This one?
better. Can you?
Yeah, I
There's.
can hear.
I can just hear white
I got
noise.
a, I got a, I got an air purifier in the back. So,
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
okay.
As long as it's not black noise, we're good. I'm just kidding.
Okay, you know what? I can turn that down. Give me a sec.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I know we're a comic entertainment kind of like, I guess, pop culture, but today I'm excited because it's kind of hard to avoid talking about the American political landscape.
Yeah, it really is.
So it's gonna happen, and then if you're listening and either
Well,
like what we have to say or hate it, then
how's this?
it is what it
How's
is.
my mic doing? Everything good?
Better, yeah,
That's better. You know, it's hard to not talk about politics when they insert it into everything, and we are kind of pop culture and comics and things like that. But it's insert. You know, there used to be a channel on cable you could turn on, like CNN or something, get your politics, or just go watch the football game or the
yeah,
whatever. But now politics, identity politics, all this other stuff, DEI has been inserted into every segment of our
yeah.
lives, including the workplace,
Well,
that there really
activism.
is no escape from it. So, yeah, okay, I guess we have to talk about politics.
Well, today we got it. Plus, one of our articles involves the new vice president in Magic, and I don't know if they're trying to smear him or Magic, so we're going to talk about it for sure.
Yes, there,
Yeah, okay. I'm
And
not aware of
I
that.
have a
So.
problem with that. that's that's
there were
where
some kind
you
of dumb comments in that article.
that's where you get into my territory. So that's where I'm. What's it called when you're like rubbing your hands together? Like, yes, I have a plot. That's, I'm doing that right now. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. So, cool. Yeah. Well, yeah. Donald Trump
Yeah,
won,
let me
and
just introduce myself. I am
oh yeah, go ahead.
William Headline. You can find me at More357 on Twitter, and I am the creator and writer of the Mercenary Guild, published by Shattermare Comics and drawn by Luke Aglietta, and colored by Frank Walk, and lettered by oh God, what's this? Help me out here.
Eric.
Eric, yeah, Eric Weathers. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks, man. My head is going through so many things with this election, but definitely check it out at shattermarecomics.com and just look for the tab Mercenary Guild, and you can get on our email sign up list. Doesn't cost you anything, and you get an exclusive trading card of Nicole, the Elven Sorceress, if you back the book.
Speaking of which, we got to reach out to Eric so we can have him start lettering
Yeah.
the rest of issue 1. Um, yeah, so that's fun. And then, of course, pretty soon we're gonna have Hardly
Kyle, we
Heroes
got
issue
Kyle.
10.
Kyle,
Yeah.
introduce yourself. You
Oh,
are
I
the.
didn't.
You
You can
like
introduce me. That's
semi
cool.
semi dead semi dead.
Okay, well, Kyle's the author of the great Hardly Heroes, and they're on. They have 1 through 9 already completed, so you can check out his work on, again, shattermarecomics.com, and you can see all the covers and make all your orders, and Brian will fulfill them, and you will get your comics
I
right
will.
now.
So
This
many
is
covers.
fun,
Yeah, you
folks.
get a good comic, for a not expensive price, and you get it pretty quick. The only question is, how do we make money? For us, yeah.
You gotta buy an extra one. Whatever you buy,
No, it's not. But, we're an indie company, so kind of expected, but you can't help it.
I'm somebody who amuses Kyle. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Fanta. Fanta's in the chat.
Hey, what's up?
Good to see you. Love to see you.
If you guys are in the chat, we want to get your take tonight because we want to know what our audience thinks.
Fanta, everything you're doing for indie comics is so much appreciated, and I can't say enough about it. So God bless you and all of yours. I got a lot of respect for Fanta. So
nice. So yeah, we were talking about before we went live. Donald Trump won, so you're either pretty excited or I guess you're plotting a civil war against the Republicans.
trying to find the highest bridge.
So yeah. Well, there's like 3 in our city. So if you guys are trying to find a bridge in Jacksonville, just hit me up. I'll let you know the highest one is. So,
there's a few bridges in my area, in the Bay Area.
yeah, you guys have some tall ones.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's good for the environment, really. Like people always talk about having less humans.
Sharks.
People always talk about like the world being overpopulated and carbon and humans. So if that's
it's funny about carbon because that feeds plants, and then plants make oxygen. So
right.
I just never really understood that argument. But
well, it's not scientific. It's not based in science.
No.
It's based in consensus, William. It's all a social construct.
Yeah. To get control. For Marxist. That's what it is.
It's more like a it's like a what's the strategy people use? It's like in high school when like all the people you hung out with, or a lot of the cool kids were like if you took them out of high school and you put them in the real world, they'd be like complete fucking unproductive losers. But like because you had all this social pressure in high school and like everyone's pressured to conform, there's a lot of politicking in high school, like in between groups and cliques. And
I'll give you an example. So when I grew up, remember Wham, that Wake Me Up Before You Go and that video?
That song is annoying.
Okay. So I was in junior high and I was fucking
Thanks.
wearing Iron Maiden t-shirts and shit like that. And some of the guys who were like the cool kids are like, yeah, that's good. And I'm like, the guy's an F word, but not, and
fun.
Whatever, the gay slur.
Faggot?
Yeah. I said, George,
fine, we're not monetized anyways.
Talk about those shaved legs and those little shorts, and they're like, no way, dude, this guy's it, and then he went through the 80s, with his, tight jeans and leather jacket and, I'm gonna talk about sex or whatever the fuck his ridiculous solo albums were.
Uh-huh.
And sure enough, it turns out he was gay. I called it. In junior high, man. I nailed it. And none of those guys ever wanted to like acknowledge it. It's like I'm watching Iron Maiden and Judas Priest, I kind of had a feeling. I'm like,
right.
He might be gay, but he still kicks ass.
He definitely likes theater and dressing up a lot.
But this Wake Me Up Before You Go shit, this is gay as fuck. This is the gayest song I've ever heard. To this day, it's the gayest fucking song I've ever heard. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I guess, but it sucks. But all the cool kids in my junior high liked it. And I couldn't fucking, like, what? Why don't you like Number of the Beast or Shout the Devil or something like that? Like,
because it's loud. and masculine.
Yeah.
And it's much cooler if you're a guy dressing in drag and putting on lipstick.
Anyways,
Yeah. So
I
you
called
know,
it back then that George Michael was gay back in 1984. I nailed it, or 85.
let the
Somewhere
record
up there, I
show.
nailed it. I
Well,
said,
yeah.
this guy's gay, But here's the thing. I think he has an incredible voice. I think he's talented. I've heard some of the Stevie Wonder covers, and they're just, they make you, I mean, this guy can flat out sing, dude, soul.
I'll have to
So,
look those up.
yeah, I have a lot of respect for George Michael, but with that "Wake Me Up Before You Go," that was gay. That's the epitome of gay. Like, watch that video. It's as gay gets.
I trust you. How about that?
Yeah, just YouTube the video though.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
I believe you.
but it's okay, and you know what? It's okay to be
Pass.
gay. I don't have a problem with it, but don't tell me that that's cooler than shit. Number of the Beast and Bruce Dickinson, and that was like the whole thing in 8th grade. It was like new wavers versus headbangers.
Mhm.
That really was it. Like we were the two camps.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so so if they get people, if they say, "Oh, this is a consensus," and then they can try to tell you what to do based on just some like authority figure, some quote unquote expert that they roll out, and you're like, well, does this guy actually know what the fuck he's talking about? Like I remember back in the day when I used to watch um, the Daily Show, which is funny because Jon Stewart's back at the Daily Show. He's like in his fucking 80s or something.
It's because it did so
And,
shitty without him.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't think it's doing great now that he's back, but I used to watch that and like Colbert Report and SNL and stuff,
Yeah.
and they would bring on Neil deGrasse Tyson, and so they would roll him out. I guess they became buddies or something, and so Neil deGrasse Tyson wanted to, be in the spotlight, and I'm not going to go in. Never mind. I'm not going to mention the other thing I was going to say, but so they bring him out, and I guess they're happy that he was a black guy, so they're like, "Oh, look, we have a black scientist. You know how rare this is?" And now that I'm looking back on it, I'm like, probably not that rare. But if you're racist, I guess you just expect black people to be like crack dealers and rappers. I don't know.
There's a lot of Indian scientists, so does that
Yeah,
count?
definitely Indian. Anyway, so they bring him out, and they'd be like, "Oh, you're an astrophysicist." You'd be like, "Yep." So they'd like talk about something in a movie, or do like a little bit, or be like, "Oh, hey, here's this new book you're promoting. By the way, what do you think about this guy or this Democrat?" You'd be like, "Oh yeah, I fucking love that guy." So like they're trying to create this thing where it's like they're blending. They'll do like a switcheroo on you, where it's like, "Oh,
Back an
hey, trust."
opinion.
Yeah, like, oh, trust this guy because he's knowledgeable about this one thing, but then when he's a pundit about other shit, he obviously has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Then he like basic biology and physiology. It's like the guy common sense and like scientific thought just goes out the fucking window. So I don't know. The media.
No, in fact, I think when it comes to social science, I'm more qualified to talk than Neil deGrasse Tyson because my bachelor's is actually in a social science administration of justice. So I can actually talk about crime statistics, um, obviously psychology. I've done FBI profiling classes on serial killers. Like I've I can probably talk about human nature much more than some astrophysicist who is locked into his whiteboard dealing with stars and bullshit and not really dealing with people. A lot of these people have an autism that
Yeah, he
you know
seems
what
like
I mean?
he's kind of autistic. I mean, I don't want to go that deep on that specific guy, but like that's
But most
that's
of these people, it just
yeah,
inherent to to the trade. They want to work in a lab.
Well, yeah, and but then you also get people that are like, I mean, this is just like a thing people seem to do. Like, they can be a super expert in one subject, and people will be like, "Oh, that person's really smart," and you talk to them, and they're a fucking idiot. They're like, especially like you're saying, like autistic people, academics. There's a lot of academics. Like, I I had in the last few years, I've been hanging out with doctors more, like because my wife is in the medical field, and so these people are super fucking. Some of these people are like literal neurosurgeons, and but you talk to them about others, just whatever that comes up, and they don't have a lot to talk about.
No,
They're kind of boring
no.
because they spend so much time in the. But there's people that'll be an expert in one thing, and then they'll talk about something else, and it's like, as a matter of fact, like, oh yeah, this is blah blah blah. It's like, oh, I didn't know you were also a fucking PhD in economics, bro. Like, you don't seem to know anything about what you're saying. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
So, but you can create this idea, where people will trust them
Well,
because
and
they're the
I
expert.
always try to learn like outside of college. Like I had a college friend say, "Well, with your major, you can't talk about supply side economics." He don't realize I read several textbooks in the business field, so I can actually talk about it.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
bought used textbooks for like $5 a piece because who cares if they're current editions, right? I mean,
yeah, some stuff
that's
it
the
doesn't matter.
biggest scam in the world in college is books. Is it's you got to have the new edition of the book which costs $150 instead of the old edition which says the same fucking thing but has a different cover.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, like pop science stuff, there's a lot of subjects where you can be well read and you don't have to go
yeah.
to college. Like, you don't
So
just have
I
to
did
join the
that.
club and go into like hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt
I
and
mean,
get
that was part of my
scammed.
MGTOW journey is just becoming well
So,
read in other
yeah,
subjects. And you can do it on your own. Just like with guitar, I taught myself. I learned. I didn't have a teacher, but I knew music, and I knew, I had the right guides. And I'm not a great guitar player or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is, I learned music theory and stuff like that from going to the right sources and then just absorbing it and putting in the work. And so
right.
you
Well,
don't really need college or the degree because I never wanted to stop continue learning. I have my degree, I have my paralegal certificate and all that stuff. I never I still read law books. I still read books on law.
yeah. If you read things, just reading in general, and you're self-taught, you're disciplined, that that makes you independent. Like the
Yeah.
whole point of people and the system and like people be controlling you is for you to be dependent on them. So there's a bunch of people going to college that are lazy who just depend on other people, and they just become entitled because they think, oh, this person's going to give me a job, this person's going to teach me to do this thing. So they start losing the ability to kind of think
But
critically
you
and
don't,
solve
here's the thing,
problems.
I didn't learn shit in
Like
college. You know where I
yeah,
learned
you
the
don't learn a
most?
lot.
My fencing class for human performance. That was the most I ever learned. As far as my
Mhm.
criminal justice, I didn't learn shit until I actually
Yeah,
did
you
like
did
an
it probably.
internship or something. I didn't learn shit.
Right, where you were like on the job learning basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's most college. Like I even in college, some of the things I learned, like the audio engineering, mixing and stuff, I had to do that on my own because my teacher was a fucking retard. Like he like he was either never around or doing something. Like so, I just taught myself. I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna sit in this studio and I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna learn to do it. I'm gonna fuck around with this, you know, and then see if it sounds good, see what works, see what makes sense, and watch YouTube tutorials because we had YouTube at that time. So
I didn't.
what's well, yeah, you didn't, but there's no excuse now. You have all the information at your fingertips. So Yeah, I mean, and it creates a dependency where you're like, and then you're more easily controlled. Like if
Yeah.
if you're self-taught and you're well educated and well read, you also know, you're well read in a multiple different subjects. You're you're not as gullible. Like if you're just generally a dumbass, like you're just gonna believe people more and trust them because you don't know. Like you don't know to you don't have as many sources and a frame of reference, like references to compare stuff to. Like I think Kyle and I were having a conversation similar to this one time where it's like, well, like like Kyle, you were asking me like, well, where do you go to find a source for this thing? And I'm like, there is no one thing. I just
Yeah, I
start
was trying to
doing.
figure out what kind of sites you frequent or whatever.
Yeah, well,
I was curious.
it's because I don't frequent any one thing. I just start asking questions. I just go to Google and I start Googling stuff, and I'm not looking
By
at
the way,
like,
a very good free legal source if you want case law or issue law is Google Scholar,
oh
which
yeah,
Oh
Google
yeah,
Scholar is really good. Well, see, and that's the thing. If you've looked up a legal case, right? So like you or like is it Google Scholar that also has, maybe Yahoo has something like this, but you can look up um what are they called? It's when you look up a study and it actually has the
the
full
citations.
well, it's like
is
a
that
peer
the
reviewed
right term?
journal.
Case
Yeah,
sources
I think
like
that's Google
Yeah,
Scholar.
I think you
Westlaw,
could do that on Scholar.
LexisNexis, and things
Yeah,
like that let you actually really go deep. But if you're just a layperson, Google Scholar is really good because here's the thing. So when you write, so I've learned several different types of writing. Creative writing, obviously you guys seen that, and then there's legal writing, and that's formed in what's it called the IRAC. So if you want a motion for a dismissal, the first thing you have to do is outlay the issue, and that's your law, and that's your case law.
okay.
Okay, so is this assault? Well, in this case, here's the definition of assault, and here's some recent cases that have been, let's say you want a dismissal, that have been dismissed on the same grounds as my client. Then the A, the R is the rationale, and then the A is the R is the rule, and then A is analysis and C is conclusion. That's how you write things to a judge.
Right,
So you
but
have to list the issue and the case law backing up your claim that you need to dismiss this or give me a summary judgment, which means a judgment without a trial. Like this thing fits the exact definition of the case I'm trying. You got to give me a summary judgment without a
right.
trial.
Well, in a lot of law stuff. Sorry to cut you off. Just like generally speaking, along with doing mathematics stuff, like it builds your logic skills. So you're thinking like, okay, if X is Y, then Z. So you can start like building some sort of pattern recognition.
Yeah.
And once you can form patterns, you can tell if someone's bullshitting you super fucking easy because you go, oh, okay, so, and this works really well into human psychology and behavior. Like, so if someone starts doing something, I basically in my brain subconsciously, because I've practiced this, I guess I don't. This isn't really like a thing I deliberately practice, but it's happened so much. I can just go, okay, great. So for the average person, if you say probably, if I ask you like 3 to 5 questions, I can know a lot about you, like almost like an FBI profiler. Like I can build a profile of you and I can know a lot about you. And I don't mean like I just assume stuff. Like,
Right.
like a lot of people just assume like, oh, if you think this, then you must be that kind of thing. Like that's where like the prejudice comes in. I mean, like more like inferences. Like so, like you're building a profile of like people's value structures, like probably a lot of their life experiences, just like by
Where do you come from?
observation.
You come from what type of
So
family you come from? A single mother or
right, yeah, that's like one of the biggest predictors of human behavior
I mean,
ever
most school
in your
shooters
whole
come from
life.
single mothers, folks. I
Right.
hate to Oh, yeah,
Right. So that's a good example, So if you ask someone about their early family life and you just let them talk for like 5 minutes. So, but like as far as researching goes, uh, what I'll do is like I'll just watch and listen to videos, and even if it's someone I listen to a lot, I'll go verify something. So if they say something, I'm like, especially if it's kind of profound to me, I'll just say, "Oh shit, is that actually true?" Like Kyle and I were talking
That
one
with
day.
TFM many times. You
Right,
know,
and I go do that with TFM. I go verify shit. I'm like, wait a second, is this fucking true? And so it's like, oh shit, I need to know if this is actually true or not, because if so, like this has so many implications about you know like the world or life or politics
like
or
when he
the
came out,
economy.
I think he was the first
So
one to say that most school shooters, and this is back in 2016, 2017, that
yeah,
most school shooters are single mother households, and I'm like, that
right,
can't be true, and it's almost 100%, even to this day.
yeah. So like you guys tell me if this is just common sense or if this actually is like, oh, I thought. So I was thinking about something today because uh, for the election, a big thing uh, is for Democrats around election time is always abortion,
Right.
because most women historically vote Democrat, and in this poll, actually, most like it was very close for like white women who voted Kamala versus Trump. And so I'm just trying to come to a realization of like, well, why would that be? So my two top ideas were, well, inst and I have a better perspective on this now because I'm married. So like maybe it's just simply that more couples voted. Like literally, my wife can't vote because she's not a citizen. But so she goes, "You have to vote, Brian. You're voting for our family." I go, "Okay, fair enough." But if both men and wife can vote, instead of the wife just going, "Yeah, you're going to vote for our family. I agree with your values. We're going to like you're going to vote for us." If both of them got off their ass, that's twice as many votes. And like, roughly still about most people or like half the population are married. So if most women, typically most white women voters are liberal, single like career women, but they weren't, they voted pretty much the same amount. And then all of a sudden, or the economy is so shit that white women are starting to wake up and be like,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about murdering my unborn children. I don't want to starve. Like
Okay, but
gas is four times the price.
here's the ramifications of the whole Roe versus Wade. First of all, I've talked to several experienced attorneys. It should have never been passed in the first place. They actually made something up
Right.
about
That's
some umbra or something or some bullshit, and they passed it.
sure.
Okay, fine. And by the way, abortion is not an issue for me. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. I don't care. But then they overturned it because there was no legal basis for it in the first place. It should have never been passed. They reviewed it. It they overturned it. Trump had nothing to do with that. He had absolutely nothing. He was out of
Yeah,
office
it's the
when that all
Supreme Court.
happened. And there's
Do
nothing a
people think that?
president can do currently, Trump or Kamala, to actually instill, because it's been the Supreme Court would have to decide on it. The Supreme Court has already decided on it. Roe versus Wade can, or the overturning of Roe versus Wade cannot be changed even by executive order. So Trump just says leave it up to the states. Now, I don't, are there only like two states that don't allow abortion? I live in California. I can get an abortion tomorrow. I can get a van to fucking show up right now with tongs and
You
a
can have an Uber come by.
I could have an
It's on your
Uber with
Uber option.
tongs and a vacuum cleaner.
Well, yeah,
Get
Kamala had like a fucking abortion van, abortion
yeah,
bus or something
I'm
at one of her
serious.
rallies.
I could. I live in California, and most states are pretty liberal about the abortion issue, including late-term abortions, which are disgusting. That's not. I was a first trimester guy, And I know I'm Catholic, but I will concede a certain level of ground. But I also grew up with a
Why?
woman who used abortion
Why?
as a means of birth control. She was from a single mother, of course, and she probably had about four before she was 18, 19, and what it's got to do shit to your body, so deal with it down the road. But that's on you. But that was not an issue. My issue is when I fill my grocery cart, I got to pay $700 for groceries that cost 300, 350, and I got to spend $80 to fill my tank when it costs 20 under Trump, and the taxes and the health care. I'm paying 455 right now a month on my health care. I haven't even re-upped. It's probably going to be more next year.
Yeah.
It's
So
ridiculous what we're paying, and yet we have illegal immigrants staying in luxury hotels on our dime, and we're sending all this money to Ukraine, and that's a real issue. There are people in your neck of the woods, including Luke's girlfriend, who actually had damage in her house in the
mhm.
Carolinas from the hurricane, and she got a whopping 725 from FEMA.
Oh, I need to see if
Wow,
I can. Well,
that'll fix everything, won't it?
well, here's what I was thinking of. I just said that because I knew we would go on a tangent, and then I would remember like how to articulate what I was thinking of. Thank you, William. So,
Fuck you, Kyle.
so everyone like and no, abortion's a good example though. Thank you for talking about that because at the end of the day, it's just an entitlement. Like if you're objectively thinking about it, you're like, why would you want women to murder their unborn children? Like this is fucking heinous. So the only thing you could do is rationalize it. I guess you could be like, oh well, I don't care about the morality of it. It's just like a lump of cells. But you have to keep rationalizing it and rationalizing it. And even if you're like you and you're like, well, I don't know, I'm pretty liberal about it. Or yeah, what happens if we just like so the argument always boils down to if you're a libertarian, this is why I'm not a libertarian anymore. If it doesn't hurt me or if it's not hurting other people, like what's the problem? Right? Or like if they're an adult, like
Mhm.
a consenting adult, what's the problem if you give them X, Y, and Z? Like take abortion off the table. Just it could be anything. It could be any kind of entitlement or right.
Or prostitution, or
Yeah, yeah, prostitution, something that you're just like, oh well, fuck society, right? Like
it's a victimless
it's an
crime.
individual, right? Sure, any euphemism you want. I have a question to pose to you guys. If the person indulging in that degenerate, victimless crime, if they were a responsible, consenting adult to begin with, right? They were like an upstanding, productive citizen of your society. Why would they partake in that behavior?
Because they're not.
Thank you. So, so
But
they
here's the
wouldn't.
thing: I can come across times in my life where I have not been an upstanding citizen either. So it's
Right?
hard for me to
So
judge
shouldn't
other people.
shouldn't you try to disincentivize that behavior? Shouldn't you focus more on disincentivizing the destructive behavior of irresponsible people
Oh yeah,
versus
I've done papers on prostitution and drug dealing where people say it's a victimless crime, but these neighborhoods where they allow prostitution to go down in value, both property value and crime,
right? Plus
drug
the
use.
social ramifications of the community and the corruption of the individuals involved and the
It has a decline on the area, and like,
right.
do you want your kids going to school where there's hookers on the corner?
No,
Ask them.
you move the fuck out of there. That's why people joke about Vegas. Like you go to Vegas, and Vegas isn't. I mean, mainly the Strip, right? Like Vegas isn't
It's
like
actually
where
not
you read.
legal in Vegas. It's only legal in brothels, and I think that's in Reno and place like that. It's technically not legal to be a prostitute in on the street in Vegas.
Yeah, but obviously it's abundant.
Yeah, obviously. I mean,
Like
you're
it's
not raising kids on the strip, you
right.
know. So
Like when I was in Vegas for an event, it's the first time I was there. I was just at this hotel, like in the old downtown area, and we were going downstairs to like go grab dinner or something, change and grab dinner or whatever. And in the lobby, I could see a couple of girls who were obviously just hanging around. Like they weren't playing the slot machines or whatever. They were just looking, and they were looking at like me and my buddy, because like we're guys, to see
Oh,
if
they're
we
like,
would look.
oh,
dates.
Yeah, exactly. Like they were
1-1.
obviously, yeah, they were obviously prostitutes, right? So like I, as a guy who's just there, not knowing, I'm not in the Vegas culture. No one tipped me off, right? Just like, oh, okay, that's
You should
probably
have
a
called
prostitute.
me. I would have.
Next time I will for sure. Why? You
Yeah.
want to get some hookers? Is that the?
Go to the Excalibur and stay there. It's a fucking dump, but it's cheap, and then you can take shuttles everywhere to the good places. There you
Well, yeah.
go.
If I go again, it's gonna be to like go to a show or hang out or something. This I was basically just there for like a weekend. Like, and I was mostly at the event all weekend.
Go
Like I
see
didn't really.
Bruce Springsteen. Oh wait, he's leaving. He's leaving the United States now.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, that's probably well. But before we go to that, so that's the thought I had earlier today.
Finish your point.
Yeah. So the thought I had earlier today was all these people want to talk about fucking rights and blah 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 and all the stupid shit that people want because obviously they just want to be irresponsible. And but then the argument or like the apologetic, the apologist, whatever, however you want to phrase it, it's always like, oh well, yeah, it's okay, like we can let them do this, but why? Like the basic, I don't. This just seems like common sense to me. Like, why would you let someone do something that's destructive to them and your society when that person clearly wasn't responsible enough in the first place? Like they weren't a virtuous person.
I live an hour from San Francisco. Okay, and so San
Yeah.
Francisco
So
was a beautiful city. You don't want to go there. You don't want. In fact, one of the 49ers receivers was shot in Union Square. Union Square is one of these old school, like department where the two-story department stores like Macy's and Nordstrom's, where you could shop. It wasn't a mall; it was outdoors, so you could go from place to place, and it was very safe and very nice. So very New York, very old school, before malls, and a lot of people went
cool.
there. And one of the 49ers receiver, their draft pick, who actually is on the field now, he's
Damn,
actually
that sucks.
playing for them now. Got
Oh, he
standing
lived. Okay.
ovation. He got shot on the street for his Rolex watch
Yeah.
in
Why not?
Union Square.
I mean, why not? Like,
22-year-old kid shot on the fucking street. They you know it and
yeah,
and
but
they,
who cares? We let women murder their children because they just it's an inconvenience to them. Like for like hunt tens of to for decades.
and do men have so I God I'm not
Like
gonna
again,
get into
once you
it.
cross that line,
So
it just goes further and further.
I had a kind of a scare in my 20s, right? And she told me she was going to abort it. No, nothing I could say.
Yeah, you don't have any say. Right.
And
And once you get rid of once you get rid of religion, right? There's nothing but materialism. Everyone's just materialistic.
thankfully, it didn't come to that. But and she was a stripper. All right, let me have
Wow.
it. Yeah,
Good fucking
stripper at the Pink Poodle.
Ew. That doesn't even sound like that
The
doesn't even
Pink
sound
Poodle
like
Club.
that doesn't even sound like a good strip club. You
no,
didn't even accidentally knock up a good stripper.
no, she was okay. She was all right. I mean, actually worked for it, dude, just for
Oh my god.
status.
That's not
Let's
status.
talk about William's love life. That's where we're gonna spend the rest of it.
No, I
All
worked
right.
for my status because some other guy he was working for it, but I got it there. Anyways,
Wow.
that's how it was in the 20s. You know, I was a wolf. The bottom line is that I didn't have a say in it. She goes, well, if it is, then I'm just having an abortion, and that was it. And it hit me like a cold bucket of water in the face. Like, wow,
Yeah.
I don't have a say. Like,
Congratulations. Your genetic legacy has ended right there on the spot because some fucking stripper just decided it would she didn't want the scars to get in the way when she's dancing on the floor.
yeah.
She didn't
You know,
want to she
here's
wanted
a
to keep
funny
making her
thing
money.
she did, and this is fucking off-putting as fuck. But if you know a woman with breast implants, have them do this. She shined a flashlight through her
Oh man.
breasts, like underneath, and you could see the implant. And fucking, I don't know. It was off-putting and horrific, but
Yeah,
kind
that
of
sounds
cool
like a
at the
Neat
fucking
same
trick.
time. That was
anyways.
a fucking act.
Yeah,
You
oh
can see
wow.
like the
Okay.
blood and the veins like through a breast if you shine a flashlight through it, and then but you can see the implant in there. Yeah,
What the
she
fuck?
was fake.
Right. So anyways, yeah, I mean so my ultimate point is
How's that,
people
Kyle? Is that
people want to be irresponsible and then for some reason we just let them. Like we don't say no, this act is horrible, irresponsible, and it's not good. It's not something you actually want to
well,
engage in.
it's hedonistic and
Yeah, it is, but a lot
that's
of shit
where like
isn't good.
religion and because I don't think the
I mean, there's a
government
lot
should
of hedonistic
come
stuff
in
though.
to play because I don't want larger
Yeah,
government. I want
but why? But why would you want to like? Why would you want to incur? I mean, I guess you. I
You
guess
gotta draw a
have,
line somewhere though. So
well,
it's like
that's coming from me who understands there's consequences to your actions. So if you just blindly see, oh look, that seems interesting,
yeah,
I'll try that out.
if you're 16, if you're even 25, you don't know consequences the way we do,
Right.
right?
So that means that's my point is you're in the society, you have to have standards and consequences for people. And when they say, no, I'm a responsible individual, you go, no, you fucking aren't because you want to do this.
Well,
End
and
of
at the
conversation.
age of
Moving on.
18, we tell people
It's
that
that
you're
simple.
responsible,
No,
but
no, but we
you're
don't hold them accountable. And and again, you're making my point. I
yeah,
agree with you. We tell them that they're responsible, but they're not responsible because they want to do destructive behavior. That's not a responsible human. Why would you say we tell them they're responsible? Don't tell them they're responsible. Like that's so that's another like kind of retarded libertarian, whatever you want to call it. Like libertarian values are liberal values.
when I almost knocked this chick up, I was 25, but my cerebral cortex had not quite developed until my
Sure.
birthday, and this was around Christmas. So,
Well, you're making it about you.
yeah,
Like you don't have to make this about you, William.
I know, but
I
I
so my
just
so my point is,
letting the folks
uh,
out, you know, letting Fanta
we,
know
so
that
we shouldn't be giving people the ability to kill their unborn children, and there should be no line. There should be no line to draw. It should be hell no, absolutely not. You're irresponsible if you think that. And lo and behold, what are most reasons women get an abortion? You can look this up. I'm not lying to you.
no,
It's
no.
it's like 90 something percent inconvenience.
Well, here's another thing. It's the whole single mother thing. I mean, that goes right into it. So let's say they decide
Yeah,
to carry it to term. It's like now you hear all these women crying about being a single mother, and it's not like you wake up one morning and you're a single mother, like you have cancer. Like I have a friend, he woke up one morning, his heart was hurting. He goes to the doctor, he thinks he has a heart problem. He has lung cancer. He's still doing chemo and shit like that to this day. Uh, but he woke up with cancer. That's real shit.
Okay.
You don't
Yeah, I
wake
mean,
up and just be a single mother. Like a
well,
woman
yeah, you made a whole bunch of bad decisions. But abortion is like one of the oldest terrible decisions that we just, for some reason, allow women to have.
Yeah.
Like, there's absolutely no excuse for it. Like, again, I use abortion as an example because it's like the only real platform I see the Democrats running. Like, it's just like, oh, hey,
It's the
this guy is
only
going to ban
platform.
abortion.
And here's the thing,
And
they
what I'm
don't
saying
lose
is,
like
what?
in my state of California, they don't lose a damn thing with Trump. Because here in California, you can get an abortion tomorrow. They'll come
Yeah,
out.
look at California. It's a fucking shithole. It's a
So
third world country.
yeah.
It's
What are you
bankrupt.
bitching about? Like,
What am I bitching about?
no, not you,
Oh.
but the people, the women around
I'm
here who want to bitch about it. It's like you haven't lost any rights, but you're
right.
still
Well,
paying more for groceries.
yeah.
You're
Well, they
still
should.
paying more for gas.
Right. No, but I'm saying they should lose them. Like I'm saying Donald Trump should be the person they blame him. They claim he is. Like he should go further. He should take
Oh,
those rights away. Like, yeah, the single motherhood would also solve itself if you take some of these other rights away.
mhm.
So I'm not necessarily worried. Like, let's at least start at the child has a fucking chance, and then we can move on to what happens when you just have a woman raise a child.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
let's
science has said that that even within 3 months they feel something, that there's something there. There is life there. They're not just a clump of cells.
yeah, again, that's a rationalization. That's
Yeah,
just moving the fucking goalposts because you already have, and I'm not saying you, but I guess I am saying you.
yeah.
You have a retarded libertarian value system of, oh, well, let them do it. Who's it going to hurt? It's a victimless crime. No, you're already moving the goalposts. Like this is again, like
You're right. You're right.
once you just follow the logical conclusion of someone's behavior, it's going to lead to that. It's not a matter of like, oh well, why don't I die on this hill? It's like, why don't you die on the hill that they do it in the first place? Like, why aren't you doing
Well,
something
because
to
they
begin
can
with? Why are
consider
you?
you an extremist, and
Who fucking cares what people think? I last time I checked, I don't give a shit. I sorry,
no, I agree with you.
like
I
I
agree
don't
with
give
you.
a shit what
I
I
took
don't
that position
I don't give
because
a shit what retarded liberals think about me.
growing up, that was the safe position, and
Right. And again, it comes
now
back
that I
to
now
social.
that I re-examine it, and I've been examining this over the years, especially what I went through, especially the fact that men have no rights in this decision, which is a huge issue. Um, yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean that
and when I look at our birth rates, when I
yeah,
look
it
at our
affects the birth rates. It affects everyone. It's not
it,
I
it,
mean, you take abortion in particular, it's not a racial thing, although it definitely seems
in
to be
fact,
affecting
actually,
black people more than
against black
white
people,
people.
there are more black people killed than born
Right, but like
in
any
the abortion.
a woman of any race is my point can kill her children.
Yeah.
So like it's yeah, it's I don't know. Anyway, so
I
that's
mean,
what I was
it's
thinking
all
about.
about just people, their definitions for certain things and where they draw the line for certain things. And
Right. But the definition can be redefined, right?
yep,
So right.
but that's the thing. That society
I
redefines
think we have
things.
to really
Like,
teach responsibility when it comes to that, not just the hookup culture. Like when I
Right.
grew up,
Well, again, you can't
condoms were very much pushed because of AIDS,
uh
and so uh, that was something. I don't know if that reduced anything. I don't have any charts, but definitely responsibility. And again, with AIDS and HIV, when I grew up in my sexual peak, uh, I mean,
Sharing a lot about your sexual peak.
Jesus.
you had to. Yeah, it's over now. Uh, it's over now. We had to get rubbers. Like you, you Trojan was killing it, and that's what you did. And
Yeah, because it's great to just
it was kind of part of the culture. Like
yeah,
if you were
exactly.
a woman
And
and you tried to raw dog her, what the fuck are you doing? And so
right. And if there's a market, you just gotta fill the need. You just gotta fill the need, right? So like, oh, there's a market, so people are making money.
with the stripper, I didn't use a rubber. And God, that was stupid as fuck.
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
The one time, the one fucking
Haha,
time I
literally
should
the
have.
one time.
Oh God, God,
Yeah.
I deserve it.
But our our society didn't used to be rampant with degeneracy and fucking prostitution, and
Well,
Miami's the same way.
with condoms, at least with condoms, we could reduce the
Oh yeah, but
overdose rate.
at
And,
least with condoms there's less responsibility without the moral consequences, right?
well, I mean, obviously
Like
moral, but it's hard to impart morals on a 16-year-old who's horny. I mean, it's
it's not that hard. I mean, people have been doing it for centuries. Mostly you would just get conscripted into the military. I mean, that's what we used to
okay.
do, right? Like we people would used to go into the military and do military service for the first few years of their adult life. They would come out, they'd be an adult, they'd have structure, discipline. I mean, I'm not saying everyone should be forced into conscription into the military. I'm just talking about like military as an institution, right? It's a brotherhood. You learn to be around other guys, you get mentorship from older guys,
Or some sort of
like
work
some sort of work, apprenticeship, like a
apprenticeship.
master apprentice. But oh man, we'd have to get rid of these giant corporations, and aren't they great? Do they? Isn't Amazon so convenient? Isn't Netflix so great? Because if you had a master apprenticeship, like Jeff Bezos wouldn't exist. You know what I mean? Like if Jeff Bezos spent all his fucking time mentoring like younger guys to work at Amazon, he just wouldn't have like a fucking 150-foot yacht. They have to drain the canal when he comes into town, would they? I guess like we'd be poorer. We would definitely be poorer as a society. I mean, look at the Amish. They're kind of poor. If you think
And
about
they're
it,
living
like
in a paradise.
they don't. Yeah, I mean, they seem to be
Have you
doing
seen
just fucking hunky dory.
Look,
They're
I know
not.
people
They're
in
not interested
Ohio.
in international trade. That's for
I know
sure.
people in Ohio will drive and go get Amish furniture. Like if they
Yeah.
want an armoire or some shit like that, they will go into Pennsylvania and get
Oh
it
yeah.
from the Amish. It's
Yeah,
hand.
trust me, the Amish aren't starving in the streets. Like when I say they're kind of poor, I mean like compared to, you know,
I think they
like
kind of choose to be poor.
yeah, because there's more to life than fucking money and materialism.
Yeah,
And people buy their stuff because it's really high quality.
it is.
They're very strong crafters, tradesmen, whatever you know, carpenters.
Well,
So
they build great furniture. I know people who've
yeah.
just bought armoires for them or whatever, dinner tables.
Oh yeah. Like I've been to a you can start a furniture store and order Amish furniture and then just resell it, like buy it wholesale and sell it. I've been to a store like that. They advertise, and then you go with the prices in there, and they're pretty high because the furniture is really fucking nice and it's all wood
It's handcrafted.
and handcrafted. Yeah, so they're not suffering. It's not like they're California or New York poor or Miami poor. I just mean they're poor in the sense of like, you know, they're not Amazon. They don't have Netflix. But I mean, there's a huge trade-off when you become a libertarian liberal society.
Well,
So
they don't need as much money. They don't have the overhead. I mean, they
the overhead. It's not about the overhead. It's the trade-offs.
right.
They don't like when you care about money, you just don't care about other stuff.
Yeah.
It's just a priority thing. Like
Kind of
there's
like
only
where entertainment is. They just want to pump out
they don't care about money that much either, do they?
without actually reading the comic.
Right. But that's a different problem, right? Like they don't care about money because they're just parasites. They just leech off of that money like a cancer until the company collapses and the company doesn't pay for their propaganda anymore.
And by the way, so after this election, I want both your opinions. Do you think, I think things will get even worse than as far as the wokeness? Because we just saw Dragon Age Veilguard, which I'm a Dragon Age fan. Uh, I won't even buy this title. I've seen the clips. It's a lecture on pronouns and misgendering. It's ridiculous.
Sure.
And I've seen As play. I've watched about 2 or 3 hours of his streams.
I'm sure he's just screaming the whole time.
He fucking hates it.
Oh,
So
William.
yeah,
This I have a question for you. This goes back to one of our other streams. How much money do you need before you become P Diddy?
you know
How much Jew dick do you want to suck before you become P Diddy?
buy-in? I think the buy-in is 100 million.
Well, P Diddy was sucking Jew dick when he was an intern at that New York record company, well before he had 100 million.
Gee. All right. Fuck.
So at what point is enough money for you to sell your soul? I guess really is the
Maybe
question.
P. Diddy wasn't normal to begin with. I just assumed he was. Because a lot of these people, I
He
would
just sold
assume they
his
were
soul.
normal.
He
But
just
I guess I don't
sold his
fucking
soul
pay
for
him
the
about that.
right. But so like, what do you do? And this kind of goes back to my question about the the responsible person thing. What the fuck are you gonna do with all the money? Like what are you gonna do with all the money? With
Generational wealth.
Well,
no,
here's
okay. So
a
so
question.
that's
There's a movie
that's one
called
of the good things you can actually do with the money.
there's
But
a
as
movie
an
called
individual,
there's a movie called Wall Street, which you've probably seen or maybe not seen. You should see
yeah,
with Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen.
yeah. Ironically, they play that in my college finance classes. I
And
was
it
like, wait a
poses
second.
the question, like, how much is enough,
Yeah,
Gecko? How much is enough? It's not, he goes, it's a zero-sum game. Some people win, some people lose. It's not even, it's about touchdowns. Okay,
hmm
it's not even about the fucking money. It's about the touchdowns. And to these people, the money's there. It's always going to be there, but they have to score more touchdowns every day than the other people. And that's what it becomes about.
right. But what's the point of the money? What are you gonna do with that money?
They don't
Like,
care.
so okay, so the point of having
It's
the money is
it's
having
just
power over
winning.
people.
It's winning. It's getting the touchdown. That's it. It's getting in the end zone every fucking day.
Great.
That's it.
How does that benefit you and your family and society as a whole?
They
Well,
don't
you probably don't have a family because you go
care.
for touchdowns and then you go to the bar and hook up with some random whore. So you don't have a family. You don't give a fuck about society because you're fucking
Maybe you
over
don't
a bunch,
intend
They
to.
probably got it. These guys
right,
have
or you don't intend
families.
to,
A lot of
and
these
you're
guys have families, but they have whores on the side.
yeah, they do.
You know.
Like
So
I yeah,
it's just about wins, dude. It's that drive, just like a quarterback to win the
uh-huh.
fucking game. They have that mentality of just win, just out fucking deal
Yeah,
this guy,
and
just
all
out.
yeah, but at what
Trump has that
cost?
same mentality of
But
to outdeal somebody, outdo somebody, like fucking get the win. And
yeah, but at
right
what
now, that's
cost?
what America needs is somebody like him saying, "That's it. I'm going to outdeal Ukraine. I'm going to outdeal Russia. I'm going to outdeal Iran, North Korea. I'm going to fucking outdo them and put the money instead of into his pocket into America's coffer, which is what he did in his first term.
Who, Donald Trump? I'm talking about on an individual level. I'm not talking about a bunch of people coming together to tell Donald Trump, hey, we're too fucking lazy and irresponsible to take care of our own problems. We're going to vote for you to try to do it in the hopes that you'll solve my problems for me. I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about on an individual level. Like, what do you do with that much money? I mean, I know the answer already. Most people just buy whores, do drugs, and a bunch and become like horrible degenerates. That's what a lot of people do. It's like when people win the lottery.
Yeah, they buy rims for their car.
Yeah, they buy. It's all materialist bullshit. When you have a bunch of money, you
I
care
think the
about.
Minnesota Vikings have receiver.
Because your needs are met, so you just
Yeah.
blow it on dumb shit.
Yeah, you just blow it on dumb shit.
Justin Jefferson of the Vikings had diamonds put in his teeth.
Right? How is that? How is that?
I'm not kidding you. No, I'm not kidding you. He
Sure.
had diamonds literally inserted in his teeth.
Is he black?
Yeah. Fuck, you kidding
So
me?
he just got a diamond grill.
No, he had a grill. Now he had actually diamonds put in his teeth.
Isn't that still a grill?
Well, grill is like you can take a grill off and on. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's like
He had-
having
I
a
thought-
hat versus
he
having
had
a
platinum-
scalp like sewed on
Oh,
to your scalp.
I thought the grill was like the essence of the bling, not the.
and diamonds inserted in his
Sorry.
teeth. It's okay. Good luck with that. You know.
He is the grill.
Yeah, he is. He became the grill. I am one with the grill. I've ascended.
And I love the guy. He's a
Sit
great
with us.
receiver. He's a great football player. Plays, you know.
Yeah.
But holy shit, dude, that's some serious. Like, really, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna have holes put in your teeth, and diamonds set in, and cemented in, and
Mhm.
that's what he did.
Yeah, exactly. So people do all kinds of dumb shit. Anyways, so that was my
That's what
tangent.
people do with their money. That's what people do with their money. I mean,
Yeah, dumb shit. Unnecessarily dumb
these
shit.
People who win the lottery and then 2 years later they're fucking broke as shit.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Like, I'm evolving into.
No, I'll tell you
I'm,
what to say.
I'm
I'll
leaving
tell you
stage
exactly.
2 libertarian, and I'm evolving into a new fucking Pokemon, William. I don't
People
know.
who don't have
Like,
money,
it's not. None of that shit is valuable to me anymore.
but here's
I
the
don't
thing.
care about any of that.
People who don't have money are poor because they don't know how to. Ben Shapiro put it best. People who don't have money don't know how to manage it. And thus, if you give them money, they just fuck it up. And that's really where like social programs fail.
Right, but that never used to be a problem. Like, throughout human history, there's been inequality. Like, in nature, like, lions aren't concerned that gazelles aren't teaching the other gazelles to outrun them. It's kind of like, okay, well, I'm glad that you're slower in the back of the pack because now it's easier for me to eat today.
But because of the welfare state, we have now promoted the lesser gazelles to a better status.
Yeah, it's something we created. Right, I agree with you. I mean, the point is that
And that all started with women getting the vote. And
I mean, we created this system so we could
don't want to piss off any women out there, but that's really where the welfare state started under Woodrow.
phantasmagorical still here.
And this is historical. And the welfare state is what is going to kill America. It's that simple.
So, yeah. So
this is a podcast about comics, right?
oh yeah.
Talking about
Sorry.
abortion for an hour.
Here for the comics. Well, the abortion was really just an example to illustrate that people just want to be irresponsible. Like they just want to be hedonistic and degenerate. And if you follow a liberal or libertarian worldview, you're basically just saying, okay, women, here you go, kill your children, and then somehow expecting that to turn out good. like you're somehow not expecting women to be completely traumatized and scarred and become like
they are.
horrible.
A lot of women are traumatized and scarred after an abortion.
Yeah, and like
For real.
viewing children as parasites that leech off of them.
And I was too when that
A parasite?
financially I
Yeah.
was in a position where I could
Oh,
handle a
Sorry.
child and
right. So anyways,
and,
yeah. So we can. Sorry.
I was
ahead.
I was devastated. I was hurt.
Yeah,
That
it's not
hurt.
good. That's
That
what I'm saying. The behavior isn't good for people. The outcomes are never good for them or society. So,
yeah.
like, it's only good for the people who profit off of those people. And like, I know I'm actually sounding like a pretty big leftist here. I think so. Let me roll back in my head what I'm saying. Yeah, because I'm kind of talking about like the exploitation of people and everything. But what I'm really talking about is like I think a very right wing conservative, not even conservative, like a very right wing thing where it's like, why as a society are we letting people do things that are inherently responsible and lead to horrible outcomes for everybody, including them, when uh, like people know that that's the case? So,
Yeah.
and for some reason we believe that they're responsible enough to make terrible decisions and then are surprised at the outcome of those terrible decisions.
Oh, but then on the flip side, you're not responsible enough to smoke unless you're 21 or drink,
Mhm.
but you can vote and go to war. They're trying to reduce the voting age, at least here in
Yeah,
San
we live in a
Francisco.
very schizophrenic
So,
society. Very
and you can
schizo.
get your penis cut off at 5.
Right.
So, like, really, what is this society saying to people? Because I'm anti-government for the
Well,
most part,
here's the
but
thing.
we
It
have to
keeps
be consistent.
right. Well, it keeps poor people poor, uh, because of the welfare state. It keeps you're lowering the birth rate and creating a eugenic system
Right, and
when
then
you're
replacing
telling
it
black
with
people to kill
like
all their unborn babies.
illegal immigrants.
Well, that's a side effect.
Yeah,
That's a managed part of the group. Like you're basically selling to a lot of people. You're just like there's a few people profiting off of everybody being degenerate, corrupted, like traumatized pieces of shit, and then a few people who aren't retarded in that system win, and I guess they buy diamonds to get surgically installed into their teeth. Like I'm not I'm not
Gotta get
saying
your flex on, you know? Gotta flex on somebody.
right. I'm not saying those people should be punished,
and look, he's playing the Jacksonville
but
Jaguars this weekend, so check
Oh,
it
he's
right.
out.
about to flex real
So
hard.
so he so here's the difference between me and a leftist, I guess. I'm not blaming that guy with the diamond teeth and saying, "Hey, fuck
No,
you,
he
like
made his money.
you
He
should
made
be a
his
sac."
choice.
No, I don't care about the economics. I'm just saying I don't resent that guy. I'm not saying like you should be a sacrifice for all of our sins, like you should be the next Jesus Christ and we should sacrifice you to externalize all of our degeneracy onto you. I'm saying as a society, like we should like you won't have one without the other. Like if you have the demand and you create a market for it or you incentivize just pure materialism, you're going to have those people that are smart enough to profit off of that. But that's just like saying, well, if you let drugs supply come into the country, you're going to have dealers that are smart enough to know, hey, I can make a lot of money selling drugs to dumb people, poor people, and as long as I don't smoke crack, I'll make a lot of money.
Yep. And that's what happened in the inner city in LA.
Yeah, that's what happens with all this shit.
Yeah.
If I'm a pimp and I just force my prostitutes to fuck married guys, or I just run a webcam service and have a bunch of whores on OnlyFans charging married guys, it's not affecting me because I'm not the one that's infidel,
But here's the question, though.
committing
Like, how can you
adultery.
govern morality? I mean, I guess like
Easy. How do you
we have
govern the
religion.
economy?
We have religion, and
Yeah.
so there are things that I will not do or won't do because I believe I have an immortal soul, and I believe that Jesus Christ is my savior and my judge.
Mhm.
And so,
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe murdering is wrong?
of course,
Okay. We enforce that moral, right? Through
right.
murder. Okay, there you go. There's your answer.
Not on illegal immigrants though. There are
What?
illegal immigrants walking the streets right now who have
Right.
killed.
Right, but your question was how do we enforce morality? And I asked you a question that is a moral question, and I said, do we have laws against that disincentivize that? And you said, of course. So
Yes,
that's the answer to your question. Like we already do enforce morality. We
right.
just need to start enforcing morality on everybody,
And I think that's why Trump got
and
elected.
we
Is because you can now steal $950 worth of merchandise from a store and not get prosecuted. And we had to actually pass a fucking measure saying,
Mhm.
yeah, prosecute these people. And the thing is, when people talk about a border bill, okay, I'm going to get on my soapbox. All right.
This whole podcast has just been soapboxes.
I know. Fuck it. I don't
Extreme.
give a shit.
Well, let's. I mean,
Let
Kyle's
me
gonna
let
have
me
to go
let me
eventually,
start with
so.
this. So
Yeah, I'll just hop off in
America
the middle of a
came up
rant.
with this fucking border bill
But I
that
want to
had
talk
so
about the
much.
magic article,
They had so much pork
and I
packed in
wanted to
it.
show you meltdowns.
All right,
All right, we'll circle back to
so
that.
much pork packed in it for Ukraine. So, and then they say Trump
It just keeps
killed it.
going.
Well,
Okay,
first of
I'm
all,
just gonna keep going.
Trump can't kill him. So, because he's a private citizen, so nobody killed it.
All right,
Um,
the system's completely fucked from top to bottom. I think we
it's
can all agree on that.
ridiculous. It's
Doesn't
like, but
like you're
here's the
you're
thing.
you're picking fucking corn out of a turd, dude.
It is the job
Like
of the executive
who cares?
branch to enforce the law. And the
Well,
executive branch has to enforce the border. That is just their job. We don't need a special bill passed to enforce the border. That's like saying I need to pass a bill that a cop can arrest criminals. And if I don't pass this bill, then the police officer can't arrest criminals. That's ridiculous. And that is exactly what they tried to pass, and it's fucking
yeah.
stupid.
All right. Well, I'll just leave this whole conversation at this, and then we can move on
Okay.
because Kyle's still has to move on.
Give me
So
a second, and I'm gonna hit the can, and then
okay.
bring us.
Imagine how
So
long it would go on if I was arguing with you guys.
I wish you would. I wish you would. That's why I want to talk about this stuff because I want to get your opinion. I mean, I'll just say this. There's literally this election shows the majority of people vote for Trump. There's a lot more people. If the majority of people came together and we solved the fucking problems, there would be no issues.
I think
Like, I'll
everyone
just
can
leave it at
agree to
that.
that statement.
There you go. So, like, there's more of us than there are of them. So, how you do that, I'll leave that to Minecraft. But that's all I'm going to say. There's more of us than there are of them. And we don't have to put up with it. So, all right. So while William's getting a break, let's move on to maybe our first and only article of the night.
All right, I got 10 minutes.
All right, sweet, perfect. All right, let me do a screen share. All right, so this is a little old, but it's relevant to what we like to talk about. So I'm just going for it. So JD Vance is my fucking boy. I did before I came across this article. I guess as we'll see, maybe trying to smear him or the great game of Magic the Gathering. Magical the Gathering. I did not know JD plays Magic up in Ohio, maybe somewhere. So I love that they're like, I mean, set like whether you like the guy or not aside, this title is just encourageable. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's adorable. So JD Vance plays Magic the Gathering,
I mean,
and
it
his
is
favorite
like,
card could reveal GOP cannon's dark political ambitions.
is it Daily Mail or is it New York Post? I forget which one. It's like
New
one of
York
those.
Post,
There we go, New York Post.
very
So
salacious. Is this the one owned by Bezos, or is that the New York?
that Washington Post, I think, is the Bezos one.
Hmm.
New York Post is very tabloidy.
Okay, but like basically, a handful of people own pretty much all of the media in the country
Yeah.
Oh
think
yeah, I mean,
through
hey.
certain companies.
actually own all
Yeah.
the media.
Yeah, so this is New York Post,
Radio stations.
and Hannah Sparks. That name seems familiar.
Gotta have content.
Yeah, for us.
You can't just post one line. You gotta post, a couple paragraphs and look way too far into something. And I mean, it's political content, so it's probably someone, with the other team, quote unquote, that was like, hey, I got this, throw shit at the wall, see what sticks. Maybe people will be really offended by it.
They made,
It's October,
they made a Netflix movie about JD Vance off his book. And a friend of mine worked at Middlefield Hospital when his mom rolled around on roller skates, whacked out on drugs.
Nice.
Didn't see
Or
it,
drugs.
heard about it when she worked there. And that's a real story. Like, his mom was a serious, like, whacked out, like, this guy grew up fucked up, and it's called
Hey,
Hillbilly Elegy.
Hey, for the next 10 minutes, can we talk about the article before Kyle leaves? Was that cool? Okay. I like the picture they got of him because obviously they're trying to make him look like a wacky nerd, like when he's in the middle of
Something like
smiling during the speech. Yeah. So, so they talk about this card, and they're like, "Oh my God, dark ambitions." So, what? What fucking? Oh, okay, Yawgmoth's bargain. So for people at home who aren't aware, who don't play Magic, let me pull up the. Now I do not play Magic the Gathering anymore, but this is a pretty old card. It's been around for a while. So here is.
I mean, if he was playing it when he was 13, that tells you it's been around for a while. I mean, I don't know exactly how old he is, but
I think he's our age. I think he's like 30 something actually.
He's
Or like
in his 30s, pushing 40.
30s. So if he was 15, yeah, you and I hadn't gotten into it yet. I got into it when I was like 13. So I would have still been maybe pooping my pants when he was playing Magic. Who knows? I haven't done the exact math, And
He's 40. He's 40.
oh, okay. So yeah, he was 13, I was 6. Yeah, I might have still been accidentally pooping my pants by then. Who knows?
every once in a while.
Accidentally, obviously. Right. No,
About that.
you're a kid. Like sometimes you're having a great time. You can't make it to the bathroom. And
Playing hide and seek. And
Shit.
you got that
Shit.
perfect spot.
shit literally happens. Yeah, And like, whatever.
Well, if you're doing it on purpose, I have other questions.
right. Yeah, you want
Is that more embarrassing or less embarrassing?
I mean, I think it would be more because it's like, why the fuck are you intentionally shitting and then walking around in your own shit?
It's a power move, just because you can.
For my parents,
Eventually it
like,
dries.
fuck you. Try taking diapers away from me.
Right.
Eventually it dries and then it scratches your ass.
I shit my
Yeah,
pants. What are you going to do about it?
What are you gonna do?
Power move.
You gonna beat my shitty ass?
That's
Shit
right.
all over.
Oh, you're going to spank me? Hold on one second.
Hold on. So Yawgmoth bargain. Skip your draw step pay 1 life, draw a card. So this used to be a pretty powerful enchantment. It's pretty pricey, I guess, if you consider like the crazy enchantments they have nowadays in Magic. But yeah, you could like suicide blacks is what people would call the archetype, where you're just like paying a bunch of life to get benefits, like drawing cards, they're discarding cards, or you're ramping up or whatever to play powerful spells or creatures. Um, so are they trying to say like because this was his favorite card in an interview or something that he made a pact with the devil to become the vice president? Is that what they're trying to say in this
That's
article?
close to what they're saying.
Okay.
They're saying it's just like reflective of his personality because of the card he picked. They're like, well, it just so happens this card's kind of like a deal with the devil, so maybe he did it to mirror, like, which is like not how people play card games.
Right.
Like how 99.9% of people play card games, you know?
So is the devil Trump, or is the devil and JD Vance made a bargain with the devil to be the Trump's VP?
Yes.
Okay.
Both.
Ultimate Trump card. Well, I don't know about you guys, but seeing as how all the like single liberal women that are into like weird occult feminism and fucking witchcraft and
Tarot cards.
astrology and all tarot cards and all this voodoo shit. Sorry, I shouldn't denigrate voodoo by saying
No, go ahead.
those other things.
It's a fine line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Between
So-
Magic the Gathering and tarot.
So
So
You and me were more alike.
So I'm-
Dungeons and Dragons, then that can be used against me to run for public office.
right. So to Hannah Sparks, I say, who's more likely to have made a deal with a dark pact with an entity projecting other JD, who's like a family man who likes to play nerdy hobbies for fun?
So if you're like a warlock
reading into-
with the hellish, the
Yeah.
hell type of pact, then you can't run for public office or.
Well, I was going more the direction of joking about like Hannah Sparks making a deal with the devil because she's some liberal New York Post blogger,
I've heard about her. Yeah.
and
You know
so
what,
like,
go ahead, sir.
oh no, I was just saying, like if anyone's practicing fucking witchcraft and devil worship and worshiping Satan, like I'm gonna guess it's Hannah Sparks. That's what I put my money on.
I don't think it's JD Vance.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, it
gonna
does
say-
explain it explains the eyeliner.
Wait, what eyeliner?
JD Vance, he's always got like the eyeliner around his eyes.
Really?
You've never
No.
Well, he's got his eyes
I mean, I don't pay
closed.
attention to them that much.
go Google JD Vance. Look at pictures of him. He's always got like eyeliner on, or
Oh.
something. I mean, I don't
the
know my
lighting?
makeup, but
Well, maybe he's in a bit. Well, he's a Marine though, so I don't
Yeah.
so he
Marine.
kind of looks like a sorcerer.
He'd probably kick my ass, but
Does he have eyeliner on in this one?
Yeah. I mean, compare it to like the picture. There's one on the bottom left, like not all the way down. Like, yeah, he's got eyeliner.
Where?
Like, yeah,
This
like
one?
that one. He looks one to the right. He looks normal, and then pretty
This
much all the
one?
other pictures on the no. There's a Stanford Law School photo on there that's like he looks like him, but normal. But then all the other pictures are recently. He's got like eyeliner on like all those pictures.
well, they put makeup on you before you go on camera,
Yeah.
so they'll put a base in, especially with the HD TV.
Like here, he kind of looks like he has something
It's definitely more than your average person. I'm just saying.
to contour him, I guess, because he's kind of like a
Potato face.
potato. Yeah. Like because I
He
had
looks
to work
normal
out.
there. Those are like.
I mean,
older
I haven't
pictures,
worked
I think.
out in a while, so I'm kind of pudgy. I started this low carb diet again, so I can try to do kind of like keto, and I kind of have like potato JD Vance face right now.
Must
That
be related
one?
to the magic. Yeah. Any of the recent photos, he's definitely got like the eyeliner on.
I guess I haven't seen enough eyeliner photos on men to know what that even looks like. I don't
Hold on,
know
he
what
looks
to
like he
compare that
wants to be in a emo band.
Oh. Maybe that's his plan.
Possibly.
Maybe that's his ultimate
Well, I
goal.
mean,
So
that'll get those people out because they can say, "Well, don't, I'm a woman or whatever." You know,
There you go. Trying to court the vote.
just pandering. That's all it does. Pandering to
That's why he
identity
does the
groups.
eyeliner.
He's like, women, I wear eyeliner too. I'm so relatable. Hello, fellow women.
He's like, I slay.
I slay in magic. Oh man. So yeah, that's silly. I don't know. Like I don't even know what to say about the article. It's so silly. It's like
It's a huge. It's like a humongous stretch. It's like
Kyle,
trying to make something out of nothing.
it's great.
Kyle,
Again,
you
it's
Kyle, you
like
LARP as a leftist.
if
You're
Brian
supposedly
plays
a
a
left wing guy.
warlock in D&D, now that
Like what?
somebody's going to get a hold of that and say, "Well, he made a pact with the devil."
Yeah, I mean, it's always been like that, though.
Yeah.
I mean, although 30 or 40 years
Yeah,
ago, it would have
well,
been the parties would have been switched. There would have been like Republicans freaking out about someone playing
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah, sure.
What were
Yeah,
you? What were
for
you
sure.
saying, Brian?
I was just saying. I was joking, but I was like, you're supposedly a leftist. You're a smart guy, though. I don't really think you're like a liberal. I think you're like pretty. Red
You're not
pill.
a real liberal. You're smart.
No, I don't. I don't. You're a closeted red pill guy. I don't know if I'm outing you. It's okay. No one will listen to this podcast. So. I think you're. I don't think you're actually. I think you just hang out with a lot of
That
liberals,
sounds
so you have to
right.
act like it.
Yeah.
I don't think you're a liberal anymore.
That's how Brian introduced me to you. He's like, Kyle's like a red. He gets the red pill, but he's just not quite there yet.
You're a
Brian's
secret.
goal in life is the
You're a
conversion.
closeted. You're
So
a closeted chud like the rest of
First
us.
of all, I'm not a white supremacist or racist or any of that shit.
Wait, what were you saying?
But
My goal is to what?
oh, your goal is to convert me.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna be my Darth Vader to my Palpatine.
Last week, Kyle was bringing up shit that I could have really fucking flailed on, and I didn't say shit, man. As far as horror comics and stuff that they consider horror comics. By the way, Werewolf by Night, great horror comic, and the first appearance of Moon Knight. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
true.
there you go. But you're based. I mean, there are people who, because I come from Minnesota, my parents were Hubert H. Humphrey Democrats, but I grew up being a Reagan kid, and but nonetheless, before my dad died, he converted because he just said the Democrat Party has left him. And my mom converted. She's the one that got me into Trump because I hated Trump. When I watched The Apprentice, I watched The Apprentice, Celebrity Apprentice, and I'm like, God, this guy's the biggest fucking dick in the world. Why are they kissing his ass? Why is Bret Michaels calling him Mr. Trump and bowing his head and shit? And then, I started to watch this stuff and I got into it. And I'm like, wow, this guy talks like he's MGTOW in a way. I mean, he wasn't full MGTOW, but there was a lot of MGTOW red pill shit in what he said. And he's still a feminist. And so America's going to still bleed. But, it's the Democrat Party left you. It left my mom. It left Tim Pool. It left Joe Rogan. It left Sargon of Akkad. It left all these people who are true liberals. It left them. It went to
Maybe.
full socialism
Or
and
it's
communism.
or it's the Overton window shifting.
Yeah.
But some of those people just evolved politically. Like they have a trajectory where they were, like if you're intellectually honest, you could be like, okay, I learned more, I'm wiser. So
Like if you don't think men can get pregnant, then you're alt right. Right? I mean that really
Yeah.
is where the Democrat Party is, and I'm not even making a joke. It really is that way. Or preferred pronouns. That shouldn't be a thing. That's
Yeah, but
mental.
what's annoying about that is it's like a bunch of bullshit gaslighting. Like it's like propaganda,
Hmm.
like to see how much they can fuck with you. Because when it comes to the election, they clearly know what a woman is. Like
Yeah,
they know who they're pandering to.
yeah. Well, when it came
Like
to the Supreme Court
so
justice, this is a woman with a Juris Doctorate who doesn't who says, "Well, I'm not a biologist. I don't know what a woman is." Like, are you
right, that
you
but that's
you
virtue
don't know
signaling.
what you are?
No, of course she knows, William. But like what I'm yeah, but you got to separate the people who are, I guess, what people call useful idiots, like the normies, from the people who are like in power.
But it's that rhetoric. A guy like Kyle or a guy like my mother or a guy like they're smarter than that. And they
Yeah,
realize that this is the stupidest shit they've ever heard. How could
yeah.
I be
Well,
aligned with these? So then they disagree, and then they're labeled alt right.
mhm. Yeah. I don't think it's your. I mean, I'm not calling you stupid, Kyle. I'm not saying you're stupid. I don't think it's Kyle is smart. I don't think uh, like us, these people are smart.
He's a great writer.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love
No,
his,
but
he's definitely smart and literate,
I'm
and
not
he's a
saying
good
that.
Thanks.
guy. I mean,
I again, I'm not. Let
Definitely
me
literate.
fucking
I'm gonna put that on my
finish.
tombstone.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. No, I'm saying that's not the trait that defines your ability to break away from the herd. It's not being a pussy. Like it's being a man. Like being able to stand up and say, "Fuck you.
yeah.
I'm not going to fall for your guilt and shame and gaslighting." Like
I mean, I bet
yeah,
he's the same.
wisdom is a part of that, but eventually you
Same
have to
guys.
stand up and tell people, or you have to realize, you know, even if it's secretly, you have to be like, these people are fucking retarded. Like what they're
I,
saying is absolute insanity, and
it
like
is.
I'm just not gonna believe it anymore. Like that's
And
what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I was a pretty dyed in the wool leftist. I was pretty liberal, but eventually I just realized like, oh, these people, all they do is lie and gaslight me. Like it's easily verifiable. Like to circle back to that conversation we are having one time, Kyle, like about the Russia Ukraine thing. Like I was just interested, and I wasn't like afraid of people being like, oh, you don't support Ukraine, you're a fascist. Like I just went, huh, interesting. Like what's the real story between like Russia and Ukraine? And like I think I just stumbled onto some videos, or I was watching something, and I had an idea, and I'm like, someone mentioned the minced the Minsk agreement. Is that what it's called? Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I'm not sure.
It's this bullshit tree that Ukraine broke on behalf of fucking Britain because the Western like establishment governments wanted to get in on uh, Ukraine and Russia and
Their
fuck them over for different
resources.
reasons. Yeah, for resources, and because we can't fight our own wars, we have to get men from other countries to do it because our government is basically the equivalent of like a woman. Like our feminist government can't fight their own wars, so they have to get other. They have to manipulate emotionally other. Anyways, it's whatever. The point is, I was just like, "What's the Minsk agreement?" So I just looked it up, and I was like, "Oh, okay." And that kind of stuff is hard for people to like censor, uh, because they're stupid. So they don't know how to rewrite history of stuff that's like dry. So like
It's just like
for
when Hillary was never the border czar. And we have video of
yeah
him
yeah so
telling her, "You're the border czar." So,
yeah
or
so at some point you
the
just have to be
Fauci
like,
saying that, like, we have video of this shit. You can't go back on it. Like,
Right, but in order to figure that out, like initially, you have to just be like, you have to be more curious. Like you have to care about the truth more than you care about conforming and fitting in
Like
and being
so I
cool.
lived through the satanic panic of the 80s, and I'm living through now. And it's worse now than it was then. The satanic panic was basically heavy metal music is bad, Dungeon and Dragons is the devil's game, blah 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 blah. Now I had parents that were pretty cool, and they didn't really monitor. Like they could tell we were playing Dungeon and Dragons, and they would listen, and they didn't hear us worshiping or sacrificing kittens to fucking ball or some shit.
Right.
Um, you
Well,
know,
can I tell you something, William, that will blow your mind?
okay,
Most of those are projected liberal movements. So, like, I will bet you right now $100 if I go back, because obviously I wasn't alive at that point. But oh, see you, Kyle. He had to hop off. But if I go back, and I've done this with other stuff, because like when you to use the Matrix analogy, like so much stuff that you believe growing up and you're taught and all the bullshit propaganda, it's like pervasive. You have no idea what you have to unlearn once you realize, oh shit, how long and how deep does the rabbit hole go? Like, how long have I been lied to about anything?
yeah.
So you start questioning everything. So like,
Trust me, that's all I think. Not all I
yeah.
think about, but a lot
So
I think about, especially about Reagan. And I was a huge Reagan fan. I became a Republican because of Reagan, but then I learned about no fault divorce and
yeah,
some of this other shit he brought forth, and it's like, not good, But people still talk about Reagan in a high regard,
yeah,
and so but I lived through the conservative uh, censorship, and now I'm living through the left wing conservatorship. And it's far worse now because at least with the far right, they didn't have a foothold. So we still got movies and comics and games and what have you that were just fun. And they didn't infiltrate entertainment as much. D&D second edition they did to a point, but you could take first edition and just plug it into second edition, like if you want the assassin class or the
yeah.
half orc.
Well,
It didn't make a difference.
so the
It
so
wasn't a
the
huge departure.
right, but so the whole satanic panic era that everyone talks about as being like, oh, this big boogeyman of like, oh, this was when the right had power and real power and influence, and they tried to ban
They
all this
didn't.
stuff.
They
And
didn't. I lived through it. They didn't.
right, so what? Yeah, exactly. So I would ask you, what law was passed? Like, when did Wizards of the Coast and TSR get canceled for publishing Dungeons and Dragons? Like, none of that happened.
It never happened. It
It
never
never
happened.
happened. So the Satanic Panic, I'm willing to bet you, what did I say,
Here's the worst thing that
50
happened.
bucks?
Here's the worst that happened. You had to put stickers on your record album
Oh, no. Parental
saying
advisory.
parental guidance, and of
Right.
course, every band wanted that fucking sticker on their album.
Yeah, because they're spiteful pieces of shit to tell parents, hey, fuck you, right? Or
And kids
like,
would
oh,
buy it.
here's
Kids
the
would buy
forbidden
it. That
fruit.
was
Yeah, yeah, here's the forbidden, right, to corrupt your children. And then when parents fight back, like in every fucking liberal progressive movement that ever happens in our society, it becomes a huge media blowout where they're like, "Oh, look at the Satanic Panic! Look at these horrible, oppressive Christian right wingers, like trying to ban everything we love. Look at all the shit they're doing.
and
Why?
then they really took down evangelists at that point. And there
Yeah,
was a lot of evangelists that
yeah,
probably needed they were fucking up big time. So it was like, well, Christianity's a joke and
yeah.
blah blah blah. But you know who led the satanic panic were not the Republicans, it was Tipper Gore.
The Democrats. Yeah,
Democrats. So
yeah, yeah. So, so again, the And here's ultimately my kind of complaint. What I like to bitch about is, ironically, the Republicans, conservatives, they don't go far enough. like like it's a fetish at this point. It's a fucking joke. That stupid article from that one bitch. Like every time it's like, oh, it's like a gay guy holding out his asshole. Oh, I hope the evil police don't come and beat me. Oh, like holding his like pinky to his mouth, like his
Yeah.
finger. Like, oh, I wonder what happens if I really hope they don't put me in chains and whips. Like, what fucking fantasy world, rape fantasy do you live in where they're like talking about the Handmaiden's Tale and all this shit? None of that happened. In fact, most of that's projection on what they would do to you. So it's like none of this shit happened. But the irony is, if people weren't so laissez-faire and treat your neighbor well, and for some reason that means like just not like not being,
Turn a blind eye.
yeah, turn a blind eye, right? Like not caring socially what they do, like not applying social pressure to make sure people are good people, like God forbid, instead of applying social pressure to make sure everyone's a fucking degenerate. Um, yeah, like none of that actually happens. It's just a big fucking media propaganda uh, campaign to denigrate. You got it, Christianity. So that's so I'm willing to bet you if I did some research into that, it would line up very similar to pretty much every other thing I went back and looked at, where I was like, oh, okay, great. So this is actually a progressive movement against, to the point where people reference it, like you reference it, right? You reference it and then point out how, oh, really, the left is doing that these days. Newsflash, like you said, it was fucking Tippa Gore. Like they were doing it back then. They haven't changed. It's the same fucking people. Sometimes literally the same
And
people,
again,
because these
I
fucking
was
boomers
blessed
refuse to die.
with parents who could critically think, and they realized that we were just playing a fucking game, and
Yeah.
we weren't
Yeah.
worshiping devils. In fact, we never used them in our game. We didn't use demons or devils. It was mostly
Right.
undead or whatever, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
did change it in second edition and stopped calling them demons and devils, called them something else, the Abshai or whatever. Um,
Right. And it's up to the parents. If the parents are like, fuck you,
you
you're
know,
not
they
playing my
put
game.
stickers on record albums, and of course, those record albums sold. I mean, you had
Yeah.
it's just like saying, like, all right, I'll just say the word fuck, and there I get a sticker because I'm going to sell 10 million more albums or whatever. And
Right. And then it's a game. It's a game of, you're gamifying like
yeah.
the
But at that
the
point, you could consider me a rebel and kind of, I guess, in some ways liberal because I was going to get, well, again, like what you said, it all stemmed from liberal, but I was a free speech absolutist, and I still am. And, but I've been on both sides of that seesaw
yeah.
where seemingly the right, but maybe it wasn't, and then the left now, and everybody's trying to censor every piece of art, but now the lefties are in control of all of our art. They're in control of comics, movies,
Yeah.
and television to a point where it's garbage.
Yeah,
And
the biggest way that the leftists censor stuff isn't by necessarily just trying to remove it, which they do, don't get me wrong. But the biggest thing they do is corrupt it. So like they'll come in and they'll turn it into garbage, just fucking dog shit. Like look at all of the art in our society. It's fucking awful. It's not even modern, it's postmodern. It's terrible. The architecture, the fucking art, like fine art, whatever you want to call fine art, right? Like paintings, mosaics, sculptures, literal toilets on display, fucking art galleries. Look it up, people. Like, I mean, comic books, like you said, movies, books, like everything that's pushed is just awful, god awful. Like it's the complete inverse of anything beautiful, naturally beautiful.
No, and that's Marxism. They want to destroy what was.
Yeah, it's
They
just
want to
evil to me.
destroy
It,
Tolkien.
it
They want to destroy George
yeah.
Lucas. They want to destroy everything and paint over it and make their own. And they think it's great, but
Well,
they don't
they don't think it's
have.
great. They think the destruction of the thing is great.
I have talent.
Well, they think they're talented in destroying it. Because paradoxically, like the worse of a person you are,
Look
yeah,
at
I mean these
something like
people are
the
narcissists.
look at something
Huh?
like the Acolyte. That's a brand new Star
Yeah,
Wars.
I remember the interviews of
Okay,
people.
that's cool.
Yeah,
For
remember.
a whole new, brand new Star Wars thing, and then it's nothing but lesbian witches in space in the stupidest bad acting and bad
And
written.
narcissism,
It's
that
ridiculous.
hubris.
They could have made something good about that.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
didn't.
but they're
They can't.
well, they can't because they pervert the idea of what good is, of literally the definition. I mean, they pervert definitions. They practice all kind of like squirrel weasel squirrel words. You know, they're like it's like magic. They think like they're gonna twist and bind. Talk about witchcraft, playing fucking words, using word spells and magic on people, like by changing the definitions of words.
Yeah.
That's where like curses and hexes and spells magic, like the idea that's where it comes from. Like that's why bitches used to get burned at the stake. Because people were fed up with their whoring and playing a bunch of fucking word games
Yeah.
and like probably going around trying to seduce all the men in the fucking village. And the women were like, to the stake with you, whore.
Yeah.
like so if you think about it, like it's
There were
I mean
consequences.
well yeah, it's basically consequences. But it's funny that these things are always remembered as like it really just goes to show you like if you have power, you can literally rewrite history.
You can.
I mean, you just changed the history of everything.
Well, like the
And
whole
then,
history of Christopher Columbus. I mean,
hmm
they teach Christopher Columbus like they don't even call it Columbus Day. It's now Indigenous Peoples Day because
yeah,
they say Christopher Columbus was this fucking racist who immediately came to America and then just started slaughtering people of a different color. That's what they
right.
teach kids nowadays. That's not the case.
Well,
You
same thing with
you couldn't exist. Here's the thing: with the amount of people he had, you could not get away with that. You would be slaughtered immediately by a tribe of anything or anybody. You had to interact with them. You had to commiserate. You know what I mean?
yeah, of course. So
There was diplomacy.
it
You know,
it's completely if you have a working brain and you think about that for 2 seconds, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
no.
It doesn't make any
That's,
fucking sense.
and
But the
the
problem,
guy was Spanish. And this is another
mm,
thing. The
go
guy's
ahead.
Spanish.
Yeah,
Okay. So
yeah,
here's what people here in California think. Oh, he must have been brown. They don't fucking realize that Spaniards were just as white as anybody else. Like, so
yeah.
they just spoke a different language. Just because Mexicans speak Spanish, don't mean that every fucking culture that speaks Spanish is brown.
Right, because they think Mexican when they think Spanish-speaking people.
Right, at least here, and then probably in your area is Puerto Rico,
Right.
and Puerto
That
Rican or Cuban. They all speak Spanish.
right. Yeah, I mean, young people now, if you ever watch those like man on the street interviews where they try to interview young people and they just ask them like basic questions and they're they're just so stupid. Like they have no concept of basically anything. But if you ask them like, "Oh, do you know who Kim Kardashian is?" and stuff, just like total brain rot shit, they
Yeah.
know everything about
Oh
everything.
yeah, Taylor Swift or
Yeah, they know who like a handful of celebrities are, and like some OnlyFans models. Like they know OnlyFans exists and stuff. So like it, I mean, as the kids like to say, we're cooked. Like we're fucking well done. I
look,
mean, this
I went on
society.
a ski trip with a friend of mine in the '90s, and he's one of these people who worked at Cisco and became a millionaire overnight when they went
Wow.
public. I mean, so he thinks
Well,
he's smarter than everybody because he got all this. I don't talk to the faggot anymore because he hit the lottery, but he thinks he's better than everybody. And he
mhm.
asked me, "Aren't you a little white to be a Catholic?" And I'm like, "You've been to Europe what 7 times?" He goes, "Yeah, or more." I said, "Do you know that 95% of Europe is Catholic and the only other 5% is in the UK? And that's because in the 1300s, Martin Luther, and I don't mean the I have a dream motherfucker, but
Yeah,
Martin Luther went to there and protested the Pope and blah, blah, blah,
mhm.
blah, blah. And it said, you don't know this shit, but you know C colon backslash DOS, blah, 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 blah. So
Yeah.
you
Aren't
think
yeah
you're
aren't
intelligent.
aren't you retarded? Aren't you a little too retarded to be a
But
millionaire? That's
yeah,
what I would ask.
I said, aren't you fucking too? Because every Mexican, every Catholic he knows, he conflates with Mexican. And
Yeah,
it's like, dude, 95% of Europe is Catholic or
yeah.
what?
The sweet irony is that
And that's you ever heard this? And here's what I said. There's these people called the NRA. You ever heard of them? The
the
Irish Republican
IRA.
Army, Irish Republican Army in Northern uh, Ireland, and then UK, and then you had. Yeah, have you ever heard of that? I don't know. It was a huge conflict. It still
Yeah.
is
Well,
probably. No, you never heard of that. But you've been to Europe 95 fucking thousand times, but you don't see the cathedrals because you're in fucking bars getting drunk looking for sluts. But
yeah.
yeah, Catholic is very much, we were the first Christian. We were the first Christian cult. We were it. And the Spanish came over here with the conquistadors
Yeah, they
and
fucking
pretty much,
conquered America, and it was awesome.
yeah,
And I don't feel bad
that's
about it
where
at all.
Catholicism comes from here.
Mhm.
But this motherfucker thinks that
For bringing it back.
if unless you're Mexican, you can't be Catholic. And it's just like you're the dumbest motherfucker on earth. But yet you're a fucking billionaire or millionaire or whatever
Mhm.
the fuck you own shitload of
Yeah.
houses because you got into fucking Cisco from a friend because you know how to network bullshit and they
Yeah,
went
of
broke
course.
and you hit the fucking jackpot. But you're better than me, you know shit. I've never been to Europe, but you have, and you can't even see the cathedrals and the shit and all this stuff. You fucking idiot. You've never
Yeah,
been to a castle?
most of these middle class people are more like they paradoxic like it's the sweet irony that they think they know better because they virtue signal or whatever. They're like super fucking narcissist, but they're the most illiterate, uh, racist, retarded, uh, unread, uneducated, fucking dipshits in the world.
Yeah.
And but those are the people running the fucking society. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And again, what do most people with that kind of
It's
money
like,
do? Bullshit.
ladies and gentlemen, the first Christians were Catholics. I hate to fucking burst the bubble.
Well,
It
first Christians were Jews.
yeah, okay. I'll give you that. Jews,
Got them.
but then okay, got me there.
Got
Got
you.
me there. But then
Yeah, very
Catholicism,
Catholic.
and then Martin Luther, because there were some very corrupt popes. Because at
Well,
that time,
sure.
the popes pretty much ran the government, and Martin
Were
Luther said,
were they or was it the Protestant Revolution because it was the first progressive revolution in Christianity? Think about it.
I
Because
don't know.
Lutheranism,
I'd
because
have to do
Lutheranism,
research on it.
sure, but Lutheranism spread, especially in the UK, right? You
That's where
have,
it went.
yeah,
That's
then
where
you
he
had
went.
huh?
That's where
What's
he
up?
went to escape persecution.
Right,
He was going to become.
or because he was starting basically what would have been at that time a fucking Marxist communist revolution against the Catholics. So he
Right.
escaped quote unquote persecution, went to the UK, spread his bullshit. It took off because of the actual corrupt monarchy who's wealthy. Because wealthy people always fund communist revolutions to keep people poor and gain power.
Of course.
And so then it spread through there. Uh, Protestants started massacring Catholics to the point where Catholics were going to war against Protestants in early America, like up until like the American Revolution, and
Pretty
a
much.
little and past that a little
And,
bit.
and that still carried over into Ireland, which
It's
is
still carried
heavily.
over in our, which at that point you had a progressive England with the Parliament, and then they deemed them as terrorists when they were fighting for the actual independence of Ireland. So you have how lucky, another progressive country that's super imperialistic, and even though they aren't, whatever. Anyways, so you have you have them fighting for the independence of Ireland, yeah, and they're Catholics. And then you have what? Remember the 5th of November that just happened,
Yeah.
where the Catholics tried to fight back and they got put down. And yeah, of course, if you ask Protestants or if you hear the stories passed down, yeah, of course, the Catholic Church was super corrupt. Fucking popes were super fucking corrupt. They were
I
like
mean,
the
there were some
government. They were
bad
oppressing.
popes, but we got one right now. This pope is a piece of garbage compared to John Paul II.
Right, but this pope is liberal.
Yeah.
Was the pope a liberal back then in the Catholic
No.
Church? Probably not.
John
I'm just
Paul
saying when you,
II was not a liberal, but they tried to paint him as an
yeah,
anti-Semite.
of course, because he probably stood up to the fucking Jews and the Zionists.
Yeah.
I mean, he is Catholic. Like they did throw your Lord and Christ and Savior and God under the bus. Like, if I was Catholic, I would not consider them my brothers and sisters. I'm
Oh,
just
and
gonna
by the
throw that.
way, if somebody asks you, because this came to me today, how can you vote for a convicted felon? And I'll say, shit, my God was a convicted felon. So was Paul. So was John the Baptist.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to go back
Jesus
that
Christ
far.
was a
Like,
convicted felon. So,
I mean, you could just say, I mean, what about George Floyd? He was a felon.
yeah,
He didn't do nothing wrong, right?
yeah.
I thought we were just talking about good boys here who don't do nothing wrong. Is it because he's white? You fucking racist piece of shit.
It's
That's what I
just
would say.
amazing how some of these people in tech think they're so intelligent because they know how to program a fucking line of code
That's what I was saying earlier, man.
that,
That's what I
that
was
they
saying
can
earlier.
they can talk about world history, and it's like, holy shit, you son of a bitch! You've been to England, you've been to Brussels, you've been to Rome, you've been to some of these fucking places that
Fucking
Cisco
tech
said,
bros.
and you never saw a Catholic fucking cathedral. You never
Hmm.
passed by it. You never like. Do you know how Catholic Europe is? Way more than America. Way
Oh,
more.
for sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely, for sure. And all of Latin America, which is actually a kind of a silver lining in the clouds, seeing as how Latin America is taking over North America. So
Yeah, but
But
under this Pope, though, because I don't follow the Pope. I follow
oh,
the
nobody
doctrines.
does.
I follow the Bible.
Yeah,
And
nobody does. No one. Every Catholic I talk to on my end is like, yeah, fuck this Pope. Like, we just don't. Basically, don't. it's kind of like how from what I've heard, this election, like a lot of people who are Democrats or liberals, like lied to their friends and secretly voted for Trump.
oh yeah,
Like we talked about Kyle earlier or whatever.
there's a
Uh,
couple people in tech who did that too.
yeah,
They've
like, and
seen a
thank you
lot of
for
their
Elon
friends
Musk for
get
that.
shown the door.
Right, exactly, because the social consequences for them, which again, we already do things socially for morality for them. So, anyways, and they already say we're in a cult, so who fucking cares? But yeah, like you, like I think Catholics en masse kind of just secretly denounce the Pope, and kind of no one talks
Yeah,
about it. I mean, openly, right?
most Catholics I know do it, and
Yeah,
but I mean, this guy, he used words like, "Why do you want?" Can I say this on street?
I don't care. We're not monetized.
All right. You say, "Why can you be part of a beaner religion?"
Oh,
That's what
that's
he
what they
said.
say.
That's what he
Yeah,
said. Like, what
yeah. What a
beaner?
fucking retard.
It's like most of Europe is white. Even Spain is white. You've been to Barcelona, motherfucker. Like, Spain is white.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the Crusades?
Dude,
Like,
it's just amazing.
yeah,
Somebody who's
it's
been to Europe so many times,
dude. I'm telling
been
you,
to
these people
Spain,
fucking vote,
and he calls Spanish people beaners. And it's like,
dude.
just because they speak Spanish, it's like you're son. Dude, this is a racist. This is a racist. And this is
Yeah,
why I
he's liberal,
don't like
right?
the fucking guy no more.
He's liberal, right?
You know what? I have no fucking idea. I
Oh,
think he's conservative,
oh,
but
okay.
he is so fucking. He has blinders on because he got his money too early
Hmm.
that he thinks whatever he thinks is right.
Oh, but he's like a boomer conservative.
He's my age. He's a year and a half older than me. Two
Okay,
years.
because
So
like, yeah, because like, there's a lot of guys who, like you say, they come into money or like they it's basically like they won the lottery, so they don't have the character and the um like the discipline and the strong uh like they're not a strong man, so
no,
they
he's
have
not. And
the
this is another
problems.
thing. So
Yeah, so
this
they have
guy
all the
tries to.
problems that come with the money, so like they're actually pretty liberal. The only thing they're conservative about is protecting their money because they know that they would, like, they can't make it on their own. They won the lottery.
Well, and this is another thing. Like this guy. So
So I have a friend like that, an older friend.
his dad was seriously would beat the shit out of his mom. He has the same qualities. So he started gaming chicks, but then guess what happened? I got to pay $20,000 in
In
because I
hush
broke
money.
this girl's jaw, or and I
Wow.
got to go to anger management classes and shit like that. So he started gaming chicks, but then he started beating the shit out of them. And of
Yeah.
course, all these girls kept coming back because he had two houses in the Bay Area. So,
Right. Well,
and so
that and women are uh that's what they do.
but he's beating the fuck out of them.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah,
They don't care.
beating the shit out of them.
He has
It's
status.
like I told him.
They have
Like,
Stockholm
first time
syndrome.
I talked to him, I said, you become the very thing you hate, dude.
Yeah. It's
When we were
sad.
in college, you hated your dad. You fucking hated him for what he did to your mom, blooding her nose and all that shit. And you become that very thing, and you can't stop it. You
Yeah.
can't, dude.
I
You're
mean,
not gonna stop it because you
yeah, I
have
mean
the
there's
wherewithal to fucking stop.
They're smaller and weaker. Like it's actually. It's probably not as funny as it is in my head. It's a virtue to not hit women. Like it would be so easy to just beat the shit out of women every day.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like it's a virtue to not hit, especially how fucking annoying most women are. like, like most men could just destroy most women. It's
yeah.
like so, it's you gotta have.
Like
Oh
I'm like a bigger guy, so I don't even do that to men. Like
yeah, you gotta have self control
like
for sure.
it has nothing to do with jail, although that has something to do with it.
Well, that's the consequence, right?
Yeah, that's
Like
I don't want to face the consequences, but
yeah, and you don't have the
I
money.
really don't want to waste the time or energy to bloody my knuckles on some guy's jaw or teeth. I'm a big guy, and I can usually talk my way in and out of situations. Uh, usually talk myself into them, and then but I can
Then
get
you have to
out of
talk
them.
your way back out.
What?
I said then you have to talk your way back out of it.
Yeah, but the thing is that most people know that I'm just a fucking good guy and just a lazy old cat that just talks shit and then has fun and makes fun of shit. And once they realize my sense of humor, but this guy was uh, angry. I mean, he would get into bar fights in his 40s, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You're 42 years old. You're in a bar fight. The fuck are you doing? And it was
Yeah.
and he started. It's like, what are you doing starting bar fights with 27-year-olds?
Hey
Like,
man, I love a good fight. I don't know if I can dog him for that, but yeah, it's very risky to get into bar fights. I
it
mean,
is.
I mean, I don't really get into that many fights at like basically at all, you know. So it's not like I'm
I avoid
going
them.
out in the
I
yeah.
avoid. I can handle myself,
Well,
but
right, yeah. I yeah, I don't. I'm not like actively trying to find people to fight. I'm saying for that specific reason, like I'm in my head I'm doing a cost benefit analysis. Like, fuck, even if I enjoy this, like the fucking medical bills. Like if this dipshit tries to sue me because he's a pussy and I beat his ass, put him in the
yeah,
hospital, and then he's trying to get revenge against me with lawfare, you know,
yeah.
like. Or if I get put in the hospital, then I've got a broken jaw and
You have to go.
stitches.
Yeah, you have to go to
Yeah,
jail. I mean, it's just not
yeah,
worth.
jail. I'll lose my job because I'm not there. I don't answer emails for like a week. I'm fucking I'm posting bail. Yeah. There's too many consequences in our gynocentric effeminate society for
Yeah, it's just not
good
worth it.
old
I just
fighting
walk
fun.
away from shit, but I don't really start nothing. Or this guy
Well,
starts.
the consequences
He
are
thought
so
again. Once he started lifting, he thought he was a badass,
sure. Yeah,
and so he started to get some gains, and then it was like I don't know if he was taking something. I
probably.
think he might have been,
I
and
mean, he got a shortcut to wealth. Why not have a shortcut to gains?
right,
Who
and so
cares?
I think he it was fucking with his head, and it's like I can't. I told him, I said I can't hang out with you no more. You're a fucking socio. I told him, you're a fucking sociopath. You don't care about anybody but yourself. That's it. You don't
Yeah,
care
there
about
you
your
go.
fucking friends. You don't care about your fucking family. You only care
Yeah.
about your fucking self and your shit.
Yeah, most people shouldn't have money, man. Most people need to be poor. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I hate to be that guy, but most
Yeah,
people
because then you
can.
appreciate shit.
Yeah, most people don't have the discipline or the appreciation.
Well, when you're 25 and you're given stocks that are worth like 1.6 million or some shit,
Yeah, he
it's
shouldn't
like,
have been given
fuck,
that. He
you
shouldn't
know,
have. He shouldn't have. There's no reasonable way for like. But again, like, what are you gonna do as a society? We don't care. We're very secular. We're very materialistic, right? We don't. No one steps in and says, "Hey, we're gonna create a trust for you because you're my neighbor and I care about you know, your mental health and spiritual health and well-being, and not just your physical health. I care about everything, and we're gonna create this trust for you so you can, you're gonna be set for the rest of your life and your grandchildren, your great grandchildren. But like, we're not gonna let this money kill you. We're not gonna let this destroy
Well, you
and
give them
create,
an annuity. I mean, that
yeah, a trust, annuity,
an
whatever.
annuity, and so that stuff, they get a certain amount per month.
Right. Yeah, it's just like a reasonable, livable stipend. And then maybe after like 30 years, he can take out a lump sum when he realizes, oh, okay, great, like, or he's too old to fuck it. I don't know, something, but it's like, there's no way any rational person who's lived past fucking 25 would look at a situation like that and say, yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, look at the way you described the guy. He completely ruined his character,
It did. It ruined his relationships.
ruined all his relationships.
He tried to be alpha dog. Like,
Destructive, destroying other people's lives,
I
destroying
got
women's
the most
lives.
money. I'm the most successful. I got the best car. I'm getting the most pussy because that's all he cared about. He's a fucking blue pill pussy sniffing
Yeah,
fat.
that's like
And
an older friend of mine that I've got.
yeah,
I
and
don't know what to say,
that was
man.
the end. And never gonna get married. So all he has is like guitars and amplifiers in every
Yeah,
one of his homes.
that's just like my fucking friend. He's just hoarding shit,
Yeah,
just shit he'll never use. Yeah, and then the sad thing is, because they're only conservative about their money, like they obviously they maintain it so they can still be wealthy. Like they're conservative in the sense that they're just about their wealth.
yeah.
But then because they're childless and they're never married, these fucking idiots, like, the government's just gonna get all their money at the end of the day anyways. So what the fuck do you care about? You know, oh, I fuck the government. Like,
They don't care.
why?
They
Who
don't.
cares? Yeah, like, they're gonna get it. But like, you're not.
I mean, this
You're a
is a guy
fucking
who was
selfish piece of
so.
shit.
He had a brand new Beamer, not brand new. I mean, it was a few years old. He said, oh, it won't start. And I said, pop the hood. Pop the hood. There was all kinds of shit caked on his battery. So I'm like, I cleaned that shit off and it started.
There's no
He couldn't even
skills.
figure that out.
Right. It's
But
sad.
yeah, this is a guy who knows C:\\\X blah to the thing. He creates your fucking apps or your bullshit, your networking
Yeah,
crap.
networking
And he's
infrastructures.
smarter than me. He's smarter than me, and yet I'm a beaner for being Catholic, and it's
Yeah. So
ridiculous how some of these tech idiots that I live around, and there's so many of them, they don't know fucking shit about real life or
yeah.
just
Well, and
how
they
to
have.
solve a problem. That is the measure of a man. How to solve a
Yeah.
problem,
Yeah.
you
I
know?
totally agree. That's better than any IQ test, which that is kind of what IQ tests, right? But like
Yeah.
your analytical problem solving skills.
And I've been
But
clocked at 128,
nice.
but and I told him I'll take an IQ test against you any day of the week.
Yeah, that guy's not
He
smart.
wouldn't do it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not a
You could be an
genius or anything, but I'm above average.
you could meet an expert. You could meet a person who's an expert in something, and like, I like, does that matter? If you don't even know how to uh fix a simple problem in your fucking car, in your battery, like, if you're too fucking lazy,
Like
you're
if there's an electrical
completely.
problem, check the battery, the starter, and the alternator, and check that. Those three things. There you go. That's how a car works. Doesn't
Yeah, I
know.
mean, I guess you could, if because he has the money, he just pays people. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Which, sure, okay, you can outsource everything, but I mean, it's not like there's other hobbies and things that he has. He's still not a good man. Like he's, like you said, just trying to fuck. So whatever, it doesn't matter. He clearly never grew out of his 20s.
No.
He like obviously just, he just that's why he's in his 40s still trying to fight with guys in their 20s at bars. He's just trying to relive.
I think he's 55 now. He's probably still trying to do that.
Sure, I mean he's just trying to chase.
Trying to bag, every fucking broad he can.
Yeah,
Because
well, he has nothing to live for. He's no.
that's what this he got in this mentality. Like that's what makes you a man.
Yeah, of course. Like these alpha PUA guys, they have no meaning or purpose in life. They're totally nihilistic. So they're just as bad as like degenerate liberal scumbag leftists. Like they're total fucking scumbags.
Yep.
And like, there's two sides of the coin. You can't complain about like, oh, modern women suck and they're not marriageable and they're all whores. And then meanwhile, every day, every night on the weekend, you're out on the town trying to like fuck some random girl. Like
Yeah.
you're literally contributing to the like what the fuck are you complaining about? You're contributing to the problem. Like how stupid are you?
Yeah.
Like you're sitting here bitching like that's what those guys will still bitch about. Like out of one corner of their
They're on Tinder. They're on Tinder.
yeah, like what the fuck are you? That's why when you say I think he's conservative, I'm like, yeah, but what kind of weird fucking perverted conservative are you? If like,
Right. I mean, I think he's anti-socialism or whatever, and that's
yeah,
about
but at what does that mean? Like at what socialism is he against when he does basically all of the shit that socialism promotes? Like what distinguishes him? Literally just because he has money and he doesn't want communists to take his money.
Yeah.
Okay, good job. Like,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Way to go.
Right, you really fucking did it. You're really anti-socialism there, bud. Like, have you checked the list recently of socialist traits? Because you pretty much check all of them off the box. Other than that, yeah. And it's like he probably is also the type of guy where if you came to him or you suggested something, not just you as like a third party, but say you came to him and you're like, hey, I'm writing this comic book. Like, you interested in like funding an enterprise? I'd love to get this book off the ground, start a little business. He'd probably be like, no, fuck off. What are you, a socialist? Like, go make your own money when he just got lucky. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
okay, well,
Dude,
but
he's the type of guy that will talk shit about you as soon as you leave the fucking room.
yeah, so like he obviously doesn't
Yeah,
give a shit about anything philanthropic or helping his fellow man or anything. So, anyways, I think we've beaten that horse enough. You want to check out some stuff I found on X post-election? I think it's pretty funny.
Let me take a break and then, because I know a lot of celebrities are going to light themselves on fire and leave the country.
Yep, I've got that list.
Okay, so
I've got that list right here. In fact, let me go get a water too.
All right.
Yep.
Give me 30.
All right. Actually, this is terrible for any listeners or audience at home, so I'm not gonna walk away. I'm gonna wait for William to get back. And the ad plays at the end now. If you stayed for the whole show, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play the ad now, and I'm gonna go grab a water. Be right back.
Hello, I'm William, the author and creator of Mercenary Guild, the kick-ass new 3-part dark fantasy comic by Shattermare Comics. We're very excited to bring you titles like Mercenary Guild and the new groundbreaking horror sci-fi graphic novel, Victor. For the email newsletter, please sign up at shattermarecomics.com and receive exclusives upon each launch. Then check out the latest issue of Hardly Heroes. Don't forget to grab the physical copy of Lucas the Mucus, written by the great TFM. Oh, and we have anime titties as well. Thanks again.
All right, we're back. Oh man, yeah. Now that I have my own YouTube podcast show, whatever you want to call it, I thought it'd be fun to do this because I see people doing this, and it's like the perfect time around the election. You know, we're gonna join the salt miners union. A couple hours in, but you know, we did it. The namesake of the episode. So, yeah, like to talk about some of the stuff that I like outside of necessarily comics and pop culture and stuff. And why the fuck not? It's my channel, and it's post-election day. So let's. William read my mind. We did not plan this, but I have in front of me a post by Trump Vivon, I guess. I'm sorry. Yeah, Trump Vivon. And they've compiled a convenient list for us of all the celebrities um, that I guess we expect to leave the country because of the Trump victory. You know, all these people who bitch and complain, and I guess like someone's going to believe them or or we give a shit about their opinion about leaving the country, and to that we say, okay, goodbye,
Right.
get the fuck out.
They won't. They won't. They won't
Right.
leave.
So that was my
In
next
fact,
thing. So they never do.
Cher actually threatened to leave in 2016, and some real estate agent put out a billboard on a bus. You ever seen those?
Mm-mm.
How they
Oh
put,
yeah, on the bus. Yeah,
yeah, on the bus stop or whatever,
yeah.
and said, "Cher, I'll help you sell your house."
Right. And so you read my mind. Yeah, they don't. Newsflash, spoiler alert. But hey, why the fuck don't we go through that list? Because it's fun and it's post-election day.
Yeah, and let's see if we actually care, because I don't know
Oh,
all.
you're right.
I know
You know what'd
Barrier
be
is going to
great?
set himself on fire.
You know, it'd be great if
I
we
would
did like a.
suggest he does it after Trump's in office because the gasoline will be cheaper.
Yeah, yeah. Go for it, man. I wouldn't complain about any of these guys that did that. Like, you know, find
So
a
you
tall
got
bridge,
Alec
whatever.
Baldwin, who deserves to die for killing
Right.
people on set.
I guess that's why he's number one. So you know what I thought would be funny just now, although it would be completely irrelevant, but to do like a short we could post on like YouTube Shorts or TikTok, where it's like, okay, let's compile a tier list. If you've seen the tier lists that people do
Mm-hmm.
of all and get pictures of all these people, it's like, hey, we have a tier list of all.
S A B C D.
Right, right, exactly that. And we want to rank who's the highest. And we're like, wait a second, who gives a fuck? So they're all in F. So like it scrolls down and they're all in F because honestly, good. They should all go. I don't care who lives. Oops, I don't. I don't care who.
Well, see,
No,
Alec Baldwin is
stays or
somebody who
goes.
I had a lot of respect for because I do
Oh,
like
you do?
his work
Oh, do
early
you?
in the day.
I sure.
Beetlejuice and what have you. He's done good work.
Yeah, but I don't give a shit about any of these people enough
Not anymore.
I mean, it doesn't. First of all, we live in like a globally connected world with the internet. So, what is it that they produce that is even of value? You know, whether they're in America or not. But like,
No,
none of them I consider my countrymen. I don't give a fuck. Like, they're complete strangers to me.
yeah.
So, and most of these people, I'm skimming through, they're just fucking celebrities. Who cares? They're like actors or musicians, like or pop star. Who fucking
Right.
cares?
Like if Barbara Streisand wants to do a
No,
tour or a
no.
fucking whatever, you know
John
she's going to come to America.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be back. Yeah, they're
Her
just
album
crying.
or her whatever she drops will be available on
Right.
iTunes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think John Legend's pretty talented, but I don't give a shit. Like that doesn't affect my opinion of whether he goes or stays. Um Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Cher, I guess Paula likes for some reason. I don't give a shit.
Cher has
Uh,
not been relevant since '86.
yeah, Nancy Pelosi should go not leave the country, like leave and go straight to jail and don't pass go. Um,
Yeah, I mean Nancy
um,
Pelosi. I mean she's got huge tits, but
what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Who cares? At
yeah, I
minimum,
mean
for
she's got to have like a Teflon
at,
bra.
yeah,
To,
at minimum, she should go to jail for insider trading. At
of
worst,
course,
she should be hanged for treason.
yeah.
Okay, you can include Hillary on that.
Right.
Well, I don't. Hillary Clinton's probably done some insider trading too that she's never been arrested for. So,
And murder. I don't know.
oh yeah, yeah,
Allegedly murder.
right. They have plausible deniability. Um, I
That's
don't care.
allegedly, so we're safe.
I don't care. I definitely don't care.
Fuck Tom Hanks.
Don't
His,
care.
his movie. He just came out with a movie that flopped.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to call out like the MCU, but his take is like super milk toast and lazy. So don't care. Don't care. Definitely don't care. Definitely don't care. I mean, Bill Gates.
To get Taylor Swift the fuck out of here so we can enjoy football again.
Hmm.
I will not watch a Chiefs game at this point. Like fuck the Chiefs. It Tom's roommate was a Chiefs fan, so
If
I used to root for the Chiefs if the Vikings weren't doing shit, and then he would say, "Oh well, if the Chiefs aren't doing shit, I'll root for the Vikings." Like
the yeah, the only thing Amy Schumer needs to go to, she doesn't need to leave the country. She needs to like leave her fucking house and go on a run. God damn.
she's
Uh, AOC, she can leave the Senate, I guess. I mean, honestly, she is better staying in New York. So when that whole state just implodes on it itself, like she'll go down with the ship, I guess. Yeah, I don't care about these people. Like,
Lady Gaga's last movie. Great performance.
sure, yeah, but I don't care. She stays in America. Like that's the thing. It doesn't matter.
Great
Like I'm not like,
performance sarcastically as far as box office.
oh, true. Um, we should have a
I know
special
you
tier on the
like
tier
it.
list for Taylor Swift, Handmaid's Tale. There you go. Bill Gates is actually huh?
Taylor Swift is in that shithole Cats.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Bill Gates has actually produced something of value on this list. So, like,
No, he stole something of value on this list.
oh, really?
He stole everything from fucking Apple, Steve Jobs, and Wozniak. I mean, Windows is basically something that they came up with.
Sure, but that's like saying, well, Marvel just stole DC. DC came up with like comic superheroes with like
In
Superman,
a way,
right?
but he actually stole it almost verbatim. I don't know why they
Okay.
didn't bury that fucking guy.
But like
But
he
he's not going to leave here
he
because he
did
owns
build
too much farmland.
Microsoft though, right? Like that did happen, right?
Off
Am
the
I
back of stolen IP. Really?
right? But that's sure, but okay, set that aside, but he did do something with that IP, right? Like he did build Microsoft and what it
And it
is today.
works. I mean, the Windows 98 was better than what we got now. Fuck.
Mhm. Well, I mean, I'm using a PC that runs Windows 10 or 11. Like I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
Okay,
All
I'll put Bill Gates in not F tier. How about that? Like the rest of these people so far can go
right.
fuck
Yeah,
themselves.
don't give
Like
a shit.
Bill Gates, I'm willing to put in higher
No,
than
that guy
F.
wants to genocide people too. He's actually spoken about it.
Yeah, he's doing some really weird shit. So I guess
He's
I
buying up
guess
farmland.
he used to hang out with Epstein a lot.
Fucking ain't right, he did.
All right, so he's kind of moving back down the tier list. It's like
All right.
he built Microsoft, but he's trying to like
He built
fucking
Microsoft again on the back
infect
of
people with malaria mosquitoes or something. I don't know. Bill Gates is a fucking weird one.
Jane Fonda's always been worthless. Fuck her.
Yeah, I don't care about any of these people. Just like
Madonna, fuck her. She's in London anyway.
yeah, a lot of these
Isn't
people.
Madonna already a fucking UK resident? So
Oh,
what?
okay. So maybe
Why,
she.
why the fuck is she leaving the United States?
Oh
Like,
yeah, just to go back home. Well, I guess the question is, okay, so you made an interesting point. So our tier list has to
wow.
include because we're going autistic onto this. Obviously, we're going full tism. How many of these people have dual citizenship? Right, like what's their country of origin? So, like, if Madonna has dual citizenship and she was like an American and then went to the UK,
Yeah, I think
that means
she's in the UK.
is she from the UK though?
No, she's from Michigan.
Oh, okay. So then she would actually be an A because she's the only one of these fuckers who's actually left the country. She actually
I think
completed
she's
the
already
goal.
left.
So
I
she
think
actually
she went to
completed the
Wales.
challenge then.
Yeah.
So
I think
she's
she
so far
married,
she's in.
who's she married that one director, and I think she became
Oh, okay.
that
So
one guy
she's
who did Snatch and
oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
yeah, he did that
Anyways,
show, The Gentleman, and
yeah.
she married
Okay.
him. So I think she's been a UK resident for.
So
I
she's
don't
at
know if she's a citizen, but
okay. Well, she's got one foot out the door, so she's at least like B tier, right?
yeah,
She's at least like as close to all these other fuckers as
yeah.
you know, completing the challenge. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Hunter Biden might as well
Mark
be like a.
Ruffalo is actually somebody whose work I love. When I watch some of the 2000s and some of the odd movies and stuff he did
Yeah,
before
but
Avengers, like
as a person, he's like completely
no, as a person,
insufferable.
he's a fucking piece of shit. But as an actor,
Yeah.
he's fucking outstanding.
Okay. So you can put him in like C.
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Kim Kardashian, I thought she was a Trump supporter.
I don't know. Was she a part of like the Horse for Trump campaign or something?
Yeah, she was, but she was a huge Trump supporter.
Oh,
Street
maybe
I don't give a shit about.
she
And
slept.
Clooney already lives in Rome. He has
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, he lives in Italy.
So he's like B or A.
He's already out.
So he's A.
Yeah,
He completed the challenge.
yeah, he's out.
This list needs to be updated. Hunter Biden, he's like got a foot halfway out the door. He's in like Ukraine and
Fuck, he's
China.
got a foot halfway in the grave. That motherfucker.
He's in a lot of
Say
Chinese
the N-word.
prostitutes,
I
though.
didn't say the N word.
He's in a lot of Chinese prostitutes, though. So has he earned like residency in China?
I think he needs to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oprah.
I mean, I'm gonna put him honestly in like the treason tier. He's gonna get out, but
Has
he's
to go, dude, because all that shit is gonna come out, and Trump ain't fucking around. All right, Oprah.
Oprah's weird. She's in like the Obama camp. So wherever you put Oprah or Obama, you got to put Oprah.
She ain't going nowhere.
She's definitely not leaving.
She
But
owns Illinois. She owns Chicago.
oh, okay. Well, that sucks.
She ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, otherwise, I don't care. I mean, good riddance. Like,
Yeah.
who cares?
De
Robert
Niro's
De
not
Niro.
going anywhere. He's too fucking old.
See, I think more about Robert De Niro, like you do about Mark Ruffalo. Like Robert De Niro, I think is one of probably the best actors alive.
One of the best American actors that ever walked.
Yeah, but he can
And
go.
the guy under him, Samuel L. Jackson.
He's pretty good. Yeah, but they can go. Fuck them. Miley
Fuck.
Cyrus, for sure, she can go.
Yeah. Miley Cyrus.
Yeah,
Travis Kelsey, I'm not a Chiefs fan. Fuck off.
Yeah, he could
Go
go.
have fun in Europe, dickhead.
I mean, he could just go on tour with Taylor Swift. I mean, I like again, I don't care. Like, I have no. Even if I was a, I mean, I'm not a Chiefs fan, but what's the biggest football team I would even be a fan of? Like, I guess I should be a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars. If he was the head quarterback of the Jaguars, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? Like, fuck off.
Yeah, you would.
No, I don't know. I'll have to ask Kyle. I'll have to ask Kyle that question about a
Ask
football, about the
I don't know who Bobby
Jags.
Altoff is.
Yeah, who fucking knows? Some random
I don't know what he's
dipshit
ever
celebrity. Rashida Tlaib.
done.
Some of these
I don't
people.
know who Rashida Tlaib is either.
I think some of these people are
heard the
just like
name, but-
pundits. Yeah, I think some of these people are just like political pundits.
All right, we'll go to Spain.
Stormy Daniels? Is that because I thought she loved Trump because of all the hush money she's got?
An hit for all her lies, and she's
Yeah.
she's a wall hitting bitch. So
Yeah,
she's
yeah, I don't know.
smash face first in the wall, so she can't be a porno star anymore.
Right. So she has to extort Trump.
So Fauci. That
Yeah.
guy, Fauci needs to be hung by his neck until he's dead. Oh, wait, I can't say that. All right. Fauci's a piece of garbage. How about that?
Yeah. And in case you're anyone out there who's listening to this who's like a dyed in the wool liberal or is like, oh, I'm Democrat till death or whatever, Google Anthony Fauci as related to AIDS and
Yep.
HIV.
Yep.
just
you said it would
just
be
do me a favor.
airborne.
Yeah,
You
if you're
said it would be an airborne virus.
Right. Yeah, if you're like a big ally, as they like to say, if you're a big ally to the LGBTQ community or you're gay, just do a quick history search on Fauci and then come back to me. Soros isn't even fucking American. I don't.
He's not even here.
Yeah, I don't know why he's on
He's
this
in the
list.
Caribbean, I think.
Like, who? Why is he threatening to leave America? You mean he's gonna like pull all his funding out of America for
God,
like?
I hope so.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Shit.
Um,
Here it comes. Here it comes. We got some comments on the next one.
oh wow. Well, he's not going anywhere. He's in jail.
Okay, let's talk
Unless he gets
about
extradited.
I think that's why a lot of people want to leave America, and I think that's why a lot of celebrities did not want this election to go, because Diddy, when the fucking Diddy tapes come out,
The diddler.
fucking nail them to the
The kid
wall.
Didier. Yeah. Yeah. He's fucked.
Gonna kill these fucking people, and I
Yeah.
don't think they're going to be able to cover it up. But
No, well,
Diddy is the Epstein of Hollywood.
yeah. Yeah,
Well,
Diddy's
Epstein is the Epstein, but Diddy is Epstein 2.0.
of the industry, yeah. Well, the interesting thing I think about Diddy is that
He filmed everything. He
Yeah.
filmed every fucking thing you did in his parties. So there is no exoneration.
well, Epstein filmed stuff, but the difference I think is that Epstein was he was doing honey traps, conducting honey traps on like very powerful people. Like he
Yeah.
was playing Game of Thrones. So he had to go. And it was easy to cover up because everything was ironically, like even though he had a lot of the power, he was secluded to the island. So like what was a pretty good plan, like, you know, originally
You couldn't
speaking.
crash it, right?
Yeah, what ended up happening is like, yeah, it kind of worked both ways where it's like, well, he doesn't have any defensive maneuvers because the FBI, as soon as they get there and raid his, it's not like people are going to get out, and the victims are like basically nobodies. Like in the Diddy
There's
case,
also jurisdiction.
and there's jurisdiction, yeah, and so like whereas the Diddy case, the victims are other people who, I hate to say like the Epstein people were nobodies, but it was like girls they picked up off the street basically,
Yeah.
and then trafficked to the island. Like the P Diddy case, like you said, has like well-known people. There's a lot of like there's a lot of verifiable.
Justin Bieber who were assaulted.
Right, and
You know,
they can, yeah. There's people with other people who have more influence that were involved. There's third party like corroboration. Like there's evidence that other people took, not just Diddy, like video evidence and recordings and stuff. And because it's not like very powerful elite government, like like world running people, like
right, like a
dynasty level
Clinton
people,
or
the
something like
Clintons
that.
and the like Bill Gates. What besides the Clintons, the Bushes? I think the Bushes, like all kinds of fucking
I
crazy
think
shit.
that guy who does Spirit Airlines.
Oh, oh wow, yeah. So like really, really fucking powerful, influential people. If you believe that he's a part of Mossad, like
Allegedly.
you're talking about really deep conspiracy levels, and I don't mean like conspiracy as in like
And
the
there's no
leftist
way he
conspiracy.
killed himself in prison. There's no way.
Right, exactly.
The
Like he had to
cameras went
fucking.
off when some guy was checking out a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's like a ghost. A
Yeah.
ghost must have come in
And
and
then he hung himself with bed sheets he didn't even have. But whatever.
right.
You know.
Anyways, yeah, you get the idea. Like,
But
but
Diddy is going to be pivotal because he has the goods on everybody
yes,
who did everything in his
and
presence.
because Diddy doesn't have the power, or people who are powerful enough like can't, like other celebrities and people in the music industry aren't going to be able to get to him necessarily.
Well,
And
no, 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 no.
but
That's
but
where you're wrong. That's
right,
where
but listen, but most of the stuff that's coming out is going to come out on the civil side from
yeah,
lawsuits.
it's all
It's not going to be a criminal investigation. Yes, so there's that. And I think because he isn't like Epstein, this stuff is going to come out for all the other reasons I mentioned. Like it's just going to happen. Like people aren't going to do
well.
enough. Like some people aren't going to be
Here's the
incriminated,
thing.
right?
Here's the thing. Diddy could absolutely be whacked, just like Epstein, because
Yeah, but it's still going to come
Tupac
out.
was whacked, Biggie was whacked.
Yeah, by Diddy.
He's gonna, yeah,
Allegedly by
yeah,
Diddy,
allegedly, he's good. He could get whacked.
but he
And,
was doing the whacking. That's what I'm
well,
saying.
but to this
It was
day,
his criminal ring.
yeah. So
Like like
nonetheless,
like
but he
Epstein
does
wasn't.
have. He filmed everything in his place, so
Yeah,
unless they scrub that shit, it's gonna go bad for a lot of people.
right. Yeah, no, I agree, but I
It
think
has
like
nothing to do with the presidency. That should just be part of criminal justice procedure under
yeah, for
any
sure.
administration.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, but look who we're dealing with here. Yeah, I'm just saying that I think because it's lower to the ground than Epstein was, I
It
think
is. It
it's
is.
just gonna it's just gonna come out.
He's
People
not
aren't
dealing with world leaders. He's not dealing with people from Dubai
right,
and
right. Like
you know.
even right, like even after Epstein was assassinated, like in the court proceedings, they redacted all of the names on the list and removed it. So it's not public information. It wasn't even really information to like people involved in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. So it went beyond Epstein. It
And
wasn't
she
just
hasn't revealed shit either.
right. Obviously, she's never. Yeah, obviously, the only time she's ever going to talk to anyone is going to be on her fucking deathbed. Like they will make sure she never talks to
Unless
anyone.
Trump puts the screws to her, you know.
Trump's not going to. He's got other shit to worry about. I think.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
do too. He's
I don't
got
know.
way too much shit to worry about.
Yeah.
All right. So, but
Anyways, moving on.
Diddy is definitely. If I was at one of his parties, I'd be looking to leave too.
Yeah,
Not
you'd
that
have a sore butthole.
I would never violate a minor.
Well, a lot of it was just him raping people. Like that was the problem. Like people getting drugged without your consent
Well,
and
you know
then getting
what?
fucked.
I was so wrong to assume that he was a normal guy at one point in time, and then just got money and went fucked up. Maybe he was fucked up from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, he
my bad.
was
My bad.
my bad. Well, I mean, it's. I don't think it's like a chicken or the egg situation. I think it's compounding. Like you
So,
don't.
like that pathology drives you to be that successful, so you can get more.
Yeah, you're just
You know what I
you
mean?
just keep
Like,
going. Right. Well, here's the thing. Like, and Epstein had a similar situation, I think. So Diddy was one of these guys that was bisexual or like kind of closeted or just for some reason didn't care as long
God,
as he was making money.
let me ask anybody this. How can a man look at another man's hairy ass and find love? I don't fucking get it. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways,
Uh, well, yeah, I mean, it's a
I
bisexual. I
mean, if
mean,
you're into women, if you're into men, I guess that's the thing. But if you're into women too, it's like, okay, there's a woman with no hair on her ass, and there's a guy with hair all over his ass, and an ingrown hair and a zit or something. Like, what the, like, what am I gonna choose? You know, I
yeah,
don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
Get
I
it? I don't fucking get it. And if I live to be a million,
I
I'll
mean,
never
I think he
fucking
was
get it.
gay. I mean, I personally, I think this is based on like the not the video
It's
evidence
like
I've seen. I
Destiny.
haven't.
It's like Destiny fucks guys and fucks girls.
Yes,
Fucks, watches his wife fuck other. It's like I don't get this shit.
right. I consider that gay. Like if you would prefer to watch your girl get fucked by a guy, like you're gay because the
Yeah,
point
but you
of
don't
that.
want to be called a cuck. That's the thing. It's like if you call
Well,
Destiny a cuck, he fucking loses it. And it's like, well, you are.
yeah,
How
just
fucking like
embrace it.
I love Undead Chronic when he just goes off on Destiny. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
are
great.
a cuck.
Yeah,
That's what
embrace
you
it.
are.
Yeah,
Like
embrace it. I mean, just but but from what I've like I don't know researched the videos I've watched. P Diddy was bisexual or gay, and he met this ex-Jewish record guy, and he went off and started his own label, and he
how
met
do
up
you
with a
ex-Jewish? Like
what?
how do
No, he
you
was
ex?
Jew. No, he was Jewish, but he was an ex. He got fired from the record label he was at. He started his
Oh,
own.
okay. So he
Yeah,
was
he
Jewish,
started.
but he was a former
Yeah,
producer.
he was at a record label, and I think he was like embezzle. Of course, a Jew embezzling money. Who'd have thought? And he was,
Just
and
like
so he got fired.
NWA went through.
Right. And so he got fired. He started his own. And then Diddy got like with a friend that was working. So like he was like an intern. And they basically just became this Jewish guy's bitch. Like he just made them suck his dick. So like he would be like, yeah, you're going to blow me because he liked black guys. And so that kind of like that's what creates the pathology is Diddy going, okay, great. So regardless of whether I'm bisexual or gay, the idea of making another man suck my dick is powerful. And then that kind of creates like a in your brain like a sexual
I get,
like a
yeah.
like it creates a neural pathway where it's
Yeah.
kind of sexual thing. It's kind of a fetish at that point.
It's like prison mentality.
Yeah. So that's where the conditioning comes in. So I don't know if he's really gay or not. That's the thing. It's like you can kind of become gay. Like you can I mean if you're just degenerate, and you fucking hate yourself, and
I'll
you're
just
a drug
take
addict, and you're
I'll take the bullet. Fuck it.
sure, yeah, that's not.
I mean,
But
you know,
him doing that to the shot him up, like he earned a position at that company under that guy that he would have never gotten otherwise. That's why he rose in the ranks so fast. So he becomes
well, he
already
had talent. He had talent.
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. In fact, part of
Not
his slogan, no, part of his slogan when he came up and then branched off to like run his own label, his sub label, his
outside of Bad Boy.
imprint. Well, yeah, that, but like under that guy or with the help of, I'm trying to remember that guy's name. I'd have to look it up, but uh, the Jewish guy. He basically, like, one of the mandates he gave to the people working for him, and he would start the same pattern of the people working for him to keep them under him. He would specifically tell his people, don't find talented people, find shitty people, but but that we're going to promise success, and they know they're bad, and so we own them. Because if they're bad, then they can't go anywhere else, and we own
It's
them.
like
We control
American
them.
Idol.
Huh?
It's like American Idol.
Yeah. Well, it's like every DEI hiring policy
Yeah.
ever, right? Like that's the whole point
These
of
are things
DEI.
I didn't know. These are things I didn't know.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's
he's got a lot of shit on a lot of people. So we'll
oh,
see.
it's hilariously bad. Like it's kind of funny how sad it is.
Yeah.
So then so
Not
that's
me
when
though. I'm not there.
okay, well that's good. But that's when things start going off the rails
I wish
because
I were though.
whatever, man. So, but the freak off parties are like where it starts like just getting crazy and fucking crazier. So it starts going off the rails once he gets money and power and influence, and then he starts doing the same thing to like, and then you have the cuck stories where he would like drug his girlfriend or wife at that or whoever it was at the time, and be like, "Oh, I want you to have these other big dick black prostitute guys fuck you, and I'm gonna sit in the corner and jerk off and film it."
You know,
Like,
it reminds me of like
oh
you ever been to a Renaissance fair?
no, actually, I
Okay.
have it
If
on
you
my
ever
bucket
went,
list.
if you go after hours, it becomes like that. It really is a fucking or drunk orgy,
Oh, weird.
like ridiculous, like pagan shit. It's because I
Oh,
used to have to work them because I was a sword fighting instructor, so for my school,
Hmm.
and I was there afterwards, and like because the women wear low cut, things, a Renaissance girl,
yeah,
and so
yeah.
they wear and like
They're just
they
going
build
for it.
a bonfire and the fucking shit comes off, and they got some of them got hair under their fucking arms. It's like, oh god,
Of
because
course.
they're going
Okay.
full Renaissance, and it becomes
Sure they are.
this. It's sick, dude. These people are Camelot supporters all the way, and
Yeah,
but
for sure.
that's how some of the shit
Cosplayers.
happens. They're anti-Christ and anti anti-morals and
Yep. Yeah, what and all of that is so weird to me because it like what legitimizes Christianity blah, blah, blah. What legitimizes Christianity to me a lot is seeing the people who are like that or like out and out Satanists or like, oh, let's fucking make a sacrifice to Moloch or whatever.
just drink each other's blood. It's like,
Yeah, like when
okay,
you're
you could have AIDS or some shit. Like I live in the Bay Area. It's like
yeah, well they're not creative is
AIDS
my point.
cocktail, motherfucker.
But they're not creative. It's like if you didn't want to be called a Satanist, you don't want to be called devil worshippers. Why are you doing satanic shit? Like, why are you specifically saying like, oh, we're worshiping Satan?
Well,
Like
they,
that
they, they think they're worshiping the earth or
no, no.
paganism. and it's
No, a lot of that. No, a lot of it's not just paganism. Like they straight up say, like, "Oh, we're fucking Satanists," or like, "We're doing a black mass."
yeah.
Like, why are you invoking things in Christianity? Like, on one hand, I'm like, okay, so you're just degenerate, spoiled children in like a very wealthy country, and you're
Yes.
acting out against your parents, which is Christianity. You're fucking pieces of shit. You're resentful. And so, to spite good, upstanding, moral people, because you know what you're doing is awful, you're
You want
just
to
like,
shave your fucking armpits or vagina. I mean that's
yeah,
bad for the
sure,
environment
that's
because
bad enough.
it
But
is.
but you know what
It
I mean?
is. Because no,
Like,
here, pussy stink is one of the major things that hurts the environment. And if women shave or wax, it reduces. It actually helps our ozone, and that's a
okay, well,
fucking
there you go.
fact. And I don't have a source for it, but I would say
Oh, okay.
pussy stink, and that reduces pussy stink. And so women should be shaved and or waxed, and
Thank, thank
definitely
you.
thank you.
Thank you for
See,
that insightful commentary. So,
well, I mean, I
but do you know what I
look,
mean? Like, if they
it's
weren't,
science. It's science. Look, it's science. You
but
gotta
if
trust the science.
right, but if they weren't really evil and like Satan didn't exist, or the metaphor of Satan wasn't super accurate, why the fuck are they all like, oh yeah, we're embracing the Satan? Like, like, okay, if you're spiteful, maybe, but why don't you just come up with your own thing? Like, why are you just taking this, perverting it, and trying to destroy it? Like, you're evil. You're just proving, I don't know, whatever. You're just
Yeah,
proving them. You're proving us right, basically. You're
yeah.
just proving us right. That's what I'm
Listen,
saying. So, okay, let's get back to this
so
list.
we're done with Eminem.
Eminem. I used to listen to a
I
lot of his
love, you
music,
know
but
what? His first two albums I fucking loved. I absolutely loved them.
yeah, he was probably a predominant part of my childhood. But
He's talented. I mean, he was a talented
yeah, but
guy, but he hates himself for
he
being
hates
white.
himself. He's a fucking coke addict. He's a crackhead,
His
and
fucking daughter, his daughter grew up. She's fucking hot as fuck.
yeah, but single mother, trailer trash. What else? Little bitch, little whiny bitch, making
I got
short
respect.
raps about
Here's the
Trump.
thing. I have respect for him early on. Like him and Kid Rock came up at the same time in the same place,
Yeah,
Detroit, and
right.
they went back and forth. And Kid Rock is still making great music and doing great things. He's still true to his brand. Eminem,
Mhm.
what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah,
What?
he's a fucking weirdo.
Like,
I
don't
don't know,
be an
man.
activist. Just talk about, I guess, killing your girlfriend
Yeah.
because that's what he did a lot in his raps. Like, I'm gonna choke you, bitch, all this stuff, and it was hilarious.
hmm Yeah, I don't.
He's
Maybe.
a talented guy, but I have not
I
listened
think
to
he's
him
just a.
since
I think he's just a.
2000.
Right. Yeah, it's the same songs everyone remembers. I think he's just a fucking rap boomer now, in the sense that like he still thinks it's the '90s, and like because like you have these guys that are like Rage Against the Machine is a perfect example. Although they've kind of always been
Yeah,
communist if you listen to their lyrics, but like but part of it was like fighting the power.
yeah,
And so, like, aren't you like, there's no self awareness. Like, aren't you the power now if you're fighting against people that, like, you have the power, you're
yeah.
with the Democratic Party, like, you're not the underdog dipshit.
But
Like,
Eminem actually is ashamed of being white, and he's come out and said that.
that's sad.
Yeah, and it's like, because I know wiggers, and wiggers is a term we used in the 80s and 90s. I'm not going to explain it if it's
I,
not
we know what that is.
okay.
Yeah, we
All
we're
right.
good. Um,
He even used it in one of his songs.
mhm. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's the weird like remorse of your earlier day. Like I don't. It's so dumb. Like
So I'm
and
gonna say
he's
this
the
right
one
now.
who fucked
I
up the
really don't
culture.
care
Like,
who hears it.
oh my god.
I'm proud to be white.
Yeah, I'm
That
like,
doesn't make me better or worse than anybody else on this planet.
what about Aboriginals?
No, I'm just proud to be white. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what I've
Right.
accomplished. I'm proud of Mercenary Guild. I'm proud of Brian. I'm proud.
I'm proud of Brian too.
Yeah, I'm proud of Luke. I'm proud of Frank.
I'm proud to be an American.
I I'm proud to be white, but that doesn't define who the fuck I am.
Right. Well, that's the
Not at
difference.
all.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the simple truth. White people have power and wealth and success, and we build civilizations. That's the fucking truth. And that
Well,
bothers
actually,
people.
Asians right now have more. I mean, most of my
Okay.
clients are Indian,
Yeah,
Chinese,
right.
Taiwanese, and
Okay. No.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, yeah. Asian people build civilizations too, man. Just
Yep.
let me finish. Like, you don't have to cut me off.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
So we build civilizations. We built the civilization we're currently living in, right? That was white people. That wasn't Asians and fucking Indians and the Vietnamese. Like they built their own respectable civilizations. In fact, white people also pretty
The
much built up.
Chinese helped build the
Oh my
railroad.
god, dude. Oh my fucking god. Like Indian people actually were helped a lot by the British, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we built this civilization, and other people who are inheritors of this civilization resent that
Exactly.
because they don't have anything great to their name, or they're feel inadequate because they're in the minority, or they aren't
They
great
feel
inventors.
oppressed or whatever.
Right. And they want power. And there are a lot of those people, insert phrase, supremacists. And they project that onto white people. So anything, and they're also scared of white people because they've been taught to hate them.
Yep.
So it's literally projection, everything they say.
I mean, it's literally okay to discriminate against white people,
Yeah,
not just straight white
that's what
males, but now women
yeah, that's
in
the
this
propaganda.
society in every corporation through DEI.
Yeah. So that's the propaganda and it's worked. So
And
like
if you look at all the great properties that have been destroyed, like Star Wars, DC Comics, Marvel Comics, blah 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 blah. We can go on and on and on. They were all started by straight white males. Now some of them were
well,
Jewish.
most
Now
of those
I
were
don't know if a
Jewish that you
Jewish
just mentioned.
person
Yeah,
is
most of those were
considered white.
Jews.
What?
Most of those were Jews that you
Right,
just
but
mentioned.
is a Jewish person considered white? I do consider them white.
Oh, they're not.
Okay.
Like
Well,
ethnic Jews like have their own genealogy.
but see, like
It's their
these
own culture.
people criticize. These same people criticize the Karate Kid series, Cobra Kai, because it's all white people. And I messaged somebody and said, "Well, what about Ralph Macchio? Because he's Greek and Mediterranean." And they said he's still white.
Yeah, because it's just a monolith, those people. They're fucking retarded. Okay, anyways, my point is they view themselves as a in group and they view white people as a monolith because that's how they think. And so they reflect their inadequacies onto white people because all they have is their identity. Because that's all they think about is power. Their whole fucking worldview is power because they are losers. They don't have any. So they're like, oh, white people built successful civilization. They're powerful. I need to destroy them. And I'm going to project onto them how I feel. So I'm going to call them white supremacists.
Yeah.
That's it. Anyways, moving on. Okay, Ellen. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Penn,
fuck her. She's a piece of shit.
Sharon Stone, Ashley
Sean
Judd,
Penn,
Tommy
fuck
Lee,
off.
Bryan
You know Sean
Cranston.
Penn lives next door to Kid Rock.
No,
They used to.
in Nashville.
Do.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I I don't care. All
Lucy
these people can
Judd,
fuck off.
we've heard about her period enough. Tommy Lee,
Oh,
Molly
that's that
Crew has
lady.
not been relevant in God knows how long. Bryan Cranston can fuck off. I mean, Breaking Bad was great. That's it. That's the only thing he's ever done that I give a shit about. And guess what? Green Day's always sucked. So fuck
Yeah,
you, Billy Joe Armstrong.
they are pretty fucking shitty. Bryan Cranston was in something I saw recently. Fuck, what was that? It was a similar character to Breaking Bad to Walter
Yeah,
White.
same thing. He plays the same
What?
character in. I mean, there was one time he played a dentist in Seinfeld that was kind of funny.
Oh yeah. Well, he did Malcolm in the Middle's father. That was a comedic role.
Yeah,
But it, like all these guys are
but
happy
see,
to
he
play.
thinks Brian Cranston may be
Bro,
arguing
let
it.
me finish, please.
Okay, go
Like
ahead.
one sentence. All these guys are happy to play like really denigrating roles. Like if you think about it, like Bryan Cranston and Malcolm in the Middle, like if they're a father, they're constantly laughed at. They're like fucking idiots. They're comedic relief. Ah ha ha! Look, he's dumb, but he means well. And the wife comes in and tells them, "Oh, it's okay. You're really dumb, but I guess I still love you, and I settled for you, and we have children, so we're staying together for the kids. And it'll be okay. I'll figure it out for us." You ever notice that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it kind of started with Tim Allen in Home
Yeah.
Improvement. I
Home
mean,
Improvement. Yeah.
and Tim Allen's actually conservative, but it did start with that Tim Allen couldn't do anything right, and so it was always the wife. He was this dumb, bumbling idiot who was needed a assistant on stage to, because everything he ever did or built fucked up or blew up.
Right. Right. Yeah, that was weird though because like he was really good at working on cars. Like he always had the hot rod project he worked on but never finished, or he finished like a couple over the course of the series.
Yeah, he did. He did.
So, yeah, that was a weird one because it was like mixed messages. It was
Yeah.
almost like on TV. It actually, you know what? Now that I think about that show, that's almost kind of a parody of the genre because in the TV show, in the show world, he was that, but at home, he was actually like a charming, well-respected father. Like his kids liked him. Like the wife and him had good banter. I mean, I don't remember her being like
Yeah,
a
but
fucking a cunt.
he always had to get advice from Wilson from over the fence.
Yeah,
And
but Wilson
but
was
that was
older.
okay. That was actually okay because it was men talking
Right. It
to
was
one
men.
another
Yeah.
about issues. And
Right. Yeah, he had a good friend to confide in, and he was kind of anonymous. So it's like, you know, it was almost like, yeah, like an older mentor, male role model, and then it was like, oh, gotta go. Yeah, but it was like a typical family life, but not like a TV family life. But it like the family life was better, but then the TV show was like a mocking of like the TV shows that were on, where the guy was just dumb and ineffective and incompetent, and women always have to help him out.
yeah.
Maybe that was him since he's conservative. And then the other show he did later, I heard had like the only high ratings on like,
Man on Fire. Yeah.
yeah, that was like the highest rated show, and then they found out he was conservative, so they canceled him, and
And
they're
then they
fucking
moved it.
idiots.
Somebody else picked it up and it
Yeah,
continued to do
but they
well.
shot. But they ruined it, the network, because they didn't like that he was a conservative. So they shot themselves in the foot. They ruined it because he was conservative, even though that was the highest rated show on the
Well, and
network.
he was a huge contributor to Disney because Disney owned Home Improvement. So all
Ah,
those special effects came, and then he also was, well,
hmm.
the kid was the voice of the Lion King,
Oh yeah, and he did
and he
voiceovers
was
and
the
stuff.
voice of Buzz Lightyear.
That's right. Yeah, he was the original Buzz, and then they changed him.
And he was also the Santa Claus. I
Santa
think for
Claus.
Disney.
Yeah, he did like pretty wholesome family movie stuff.
Yeah. And so so he was I guess, a armature of Disney, and he did great work for them. And then Disney became what it's become, and
Right.
uh, you know, they kind of cast him out, even though all the great work he's done. Buzz Lightyear, they did a Buzz Lightyear movie. Who did they cast? Chris Evans. Good for you.
Yeah. Here we are. Well, yeah, he toes the party line. Yeah, one of the most annoying things is that basically none of these fuckers believe what they're saying
No,
at all. Like all of these virtue signaling assholes, the celebrities, the fucking politicians, like none of them believe this shit. You can tell.
no.
I can tell. I don't know. Like it's
Rob Reiner is going to set himself on fire. Yeah,
yeah.
really?
Bono.
No.
Bono's gonna drive his car off a cliff, or Cheryl fucking kill herself.
Do you
Women
think
do
he
not
thinks
commit
people are
suicide
going
with
to move out
guns.
of the United States and go to where are they going to go? Where are they going to go?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is just like a yeah. Well, yeah, they're pathological liars. Of course, they're gonna lie about this shit,
I mean,
right?
George Clooney's in Italy, but he's isolated, and so is Madonna.
Yeah,
So maybe some of them will, but some of them
yeah.
need to
But that.
work.
Go ahead. Right, but you think that's principle? That's probably just because, like you said, Madonna got married to that one guy,
Yeah.
and Clooney's probably just hooking up with supermodels. Like, it's probably not out of principle. He wasn't like if you said, "Hey, George, you moved because Donald Trump got elected," he'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, I do remember saying that." You know?
No, he had a resort in Italy way before. I think in the Bush era. So
Right. Oh, how lucky. So you already have a resort and then go, "Oh, if he gets elected, I'm moving to
yeah,
my multi-million dollar resort in
yeah.
Italy." Oh no. The
It's like for
sacrifice.
350 million. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
yeah.
What a horrible sacrifice
Oh,
this poor guy has to
we're gonna
make.
miss you. And Bruce Springsteen, do you think he? I mean, he can go anywhere he wants.
Right. That's the other thing. These fuckers like they're not sacrificing anything to go anywhere. Like
No,
travel is most of these guys probably have like a timeshare in private jets. It's
yep.
not like except maybe some of the politicians, but
Oh, Taylor Swift. I mean, does it matter?
yeah, no,
She could
any
have a
country.
home here. She could have a home. She probably has homes in other places.
Oh, for sure. They're probably in Costa Rica.
She has her own jet. She has her own,
Yeah.
you know, you know thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And if someone was like a lot of countries, you can literally just give them money and they'll give you a permanent residency or a citizenship.
It's like, are you one of those simps that actually cares that one of these people leave the United States? Like, I don't care. You
yeah,
know,
it's funny to laugh at, but like we know they're not serious and they know they're not serious. So at the end of the day,
even
like
if they are, who
fucking
cares?
cares.
Like, who cares if George Clooney makes a good movie? I'll watch it, but
Yeah.
I don't care if he does it from Italy or Hollywood or Georgia or if he has to come. I mean, he'll do whatever he's got to do to get that work done, and then
Yeah.
he'll do his work. And if it's good, I'll check it out and okay, I'll enjoy it. Big deal.
Right. Oh, I remember that movie with Bryan Cranston. I think it's a new one, maybe on Netflix. It was pretty good. It's about him. I guess he's like a FBI or IRS,
I heard about that.
yeah, or like CIA. I can't remember what it's called, but it was pretty solid. Yeah, he infiltrates the Colombian cartel and works his way up to like as like a fake financier because I guess he was an accountant, so he knows finance and at the IRS, and so he works up his way almost to what's his fucking name, the famous Colombian, uh, like El Chapo or who's like, huh?
Apple?
Like, you know who I'm talking about? Like the famous Colombian
Yeah.
drug lord. Anyways, basically that cartel, and he tricks a bunch of people, and he like ends up getting them arrested, and it's a pretty good movie. I mean,
So it's like Miami Vice without the guns. Fuck that.
um, sort of. I mean, the way they kind of spin his character is, um, it's got some pretty solid actors in it. It's good performances, but the way they spin it is the way I say it's similar to his Heisenberg character. Is like he gets into the undercover role, and he kind of starts becoming that guy. So it's like it's yeah, it's not as necessarily like a thriller of like, oh, it's not like The Departed.
No, I
You
know
know what
what
I
you're
mean?
talking about. Yeah.
It's not like that as much, but it's like kind of like what happens if this guy kind of starts to become the scumbag like mob finance guy, like the mob accountant, you know, like the financier of these guys, and fucking embez or launders all their money for them. So it's almost like Ozark, the show. If you've seen Ozark,
Yeah, I've seen Ozark
it's
until
kind of
I watched
yeah.
Ozark until they had like the gay kiss, and then I was
Oh, really? Damn, I was
yeah,
gonna go back and
it
watch
was
that show.
good. And the guy rushes in the door and starts making out with this other dude. Like, I always wanted to fuck you. And I'm like, wow, this is not where I wanted this show to go. But it was a good show up until then. And then most people, because I love Isai or the Mexican guy,
Mm-hmm.
because he was on NYPD Blue.
Oh, I
And so when
gotcha.
I worked at the DA's office, everybody in law enforcement watched NYPD Blue.
Really?
Like
It's a
seriously,
pretty popular show.
that was the Game of Thrones. Like,
Nice. Well,
and
we
here's the thing: NYPD Blue was a show that many supposedly right wing people wanted to get canceled. There were some affiliates who never carried it
hmm,
because it had language and nudity and things like that and
hmm,
violence and so that was part of the whole panic thing and but they just kept with it. They just kept doing and they had a coordinator who was a detective who worked on the Son of Sam case. So he was a 30 years homicide detective, and they actually asked him. You know, they actually listened to him, if you will.
hmm.
And
So so BTM reviews is also reacting to they're doing election results meltdowns. I guess there's people outside Trump Tower in Chicago. Are they going to burn down the city in throwing a temper tantrum against Trump? I guess.
I was kind of worried about that, but I
But
have
if all
not
of these men are
experienced anything bad.
Yeah. All right. So on top of a list of celebrities who will never leave America but threaten it because for reasons they think that people will care. Uh, I've also compiled a short list of election meltdowns
Yeah, I think
post-election.
I put this in the chat.
Yeah. Well, this is yours that you sent me. I've got some other ones, but I want to watch these, and then that'll be it for tonight because it's almost 12:30 here.
Okay.
All right. So this is a 9-second one.
I personally think that if all of these men are voting to take our rights away, they don't deserve to touch a woman for the next 4 years. So, hope you thought that through, you guys. I personally think
No problem there.
Yeah.
Not for you, but for me.
I mean,
Once you get to my age, it changes. Trust me.
I I mean, yeah, I don't care either. I mean, not because I'm married. Even if I was single, I'd be like, this woman is ugly, to be honest. I mean, she's probably
She
like
could be
mid 20s.
with her hair or something, but
Yeah, and like, who fucking cares? I like. Here's the thing. Look, she is it even worth commenting on it? Like, clearly, she didn't even think about this. She didn't think about. She doesn't think about probably really anything. Like, obviously, her thought is based on her belief structure, her perspective. Oh, you're gonna take my rights away? I'm not gonna fuck you. Like,
Well, but this is how
real
Hollywood and
mature,
the comic book industry thinks too.
real,
I mean,
real mature. Like, what
you
the
know, I've come to this conclusion that nobody has ever commented on, but I think The Last Jedi was a temper tantrum for Trump getting elected because it was the first movie produced after Trump was elected, not the first one released.
Uh-huh.
It was Rogue One was released
Yeah, and that Mark Hamill guy
November,
was back a part of it.
but every scene was a woman in a man's face saying, "That's an order. That's an order. That's an order." Like there
Sure.
was this hatred towards men in The Last Jedi that you could just feel. And I really think it was a temper tantrum towards straight white males who Bill Clinton blamed for Trump getting elected. And that's really what killed Star Wars. And I think that's what they assume. They don't realize the Hispanic vote, the black vote, the woman vote.
Yeah, this kind of looks like Matt's wife. I just imagine Matt's wife,
This
Linda,
is, yeah.
it being like, oh, like a woman who's already in a sexless marriage who's a miserable cunt, and she's like, oh, you voted for Trump. Looks like you're not getting sex for the next 4 years. Like, bitch, no one cares.
It's like
Like, no,
Pornhub is free, and then go back to
no
living
one.
my World of Warcraft character
Yeah,
after.
like don't fucking threaten me with a good time. Like, no, you like again. This is the problem when you have no perspective of how other people live. Just like people in California and New York think that people in the rest of the country think and live and want to live the way they do. The men she's talking about are male feminist simps.
Yep.
Let me repeat that. The men that she can manipulate that give a shit about prostrating to her so they can sniff her nasty vagina are not the men who voted for Trump. Like, nobody cares. We need to play that clip. Nobody cares. No one fucking cares. Um, yeah, that's really all I have to say about that. I mean,
Yeah.
like, and honestly, I always think like, oh god, you have no idea how good you have it. Like, it could be so much worse for you. It could be so much worse. Like, you can't. This lady cannot do. Like I said earlier, men are stronger. Men are fucking 3 times stronger than women on average.
Yep.
Even some of these low testosterone male feminist men who are like always getting accused of sexual assault, by the way, because of their sneaky fucker strategy. Uh, she says that like men give a shit. Like, if a man just wants to do whatever he wants to you, you're not stopping him.
No.
So, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but you literally have no
Doing
all.
like kung fu or some bullshit.
No, I was doing Krav Maga, and these women would come in the class, and I would actually feel bad for them that the gym was taking their money and trying to instill this false sense of like security and confidence in them.
It's like,
No, they're fucking terrible. Like, it's just, dude, biology is fucking banhammer. Like, it's a huge nerf on women. Like, it's just not even close. Like,
no.
it's like no technique is gonna help you when you just don't have enough strength behind your punches. Like, they hit like fucking pillows. When they try to choke you out, it's like a little kid trying to give you a hug from behind. Like,
Yeah.
I did jujitsu or like, like grappling, wrestling,
Right.
jujitsu, ground stuff with some of these girls, and they would try to put me in like a headlock or like an armbar, and I would just laugh out loud at them.
You just
I'm like,
stand right up.
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you're not trying to, the points is to like submit them, right? Is like the exercise. Yeah, yeah. I could just stand up with them on my back, but they would like try to roll over on me, or they may have better technique on me, but they they couldn't do anything. Like I just put my chin down, and they could literally not. They did not have like the chest strength or the forearm strength.
Yeah.
I didn't even have to hold them, and I could basically throw them over me. Like it's like I think it's a big disservice.
In martial arts, I had a woman try to take me, and I told her no. She's one of these feminists,
Yeah, it's bad.
feminists, and I said, we're not gonna fucking fight. We're not gonna do anything. Blah blah blah. Because she's like, no, I want to fight. I said, everybody's gonna jump in. All this shit. I hit her with a left jab, just a stiff jab, and knocked her clean the fuck out.
Yeah, it's stupid. And these guys will go
Because
easy on
I
her.
told her, I said, if I throw my right hand, I'll break every bone that I hit, because that's how I've been trained.
Right.
I throw that right hand, it's a sledgehammer. And I bench press 300 pounds at 53. So you're still,
Yeah, even go ahead.
yeah, it's so I threw that thing, and guess what? I became this. I became the fucking bad guy. I fucking warned her. I told her. I said, "Don't poke the bear.
Yeah, it's all fun and games till I
We're gonna
fuck you
go in
up.
the ring. You have headgear on. I have, whatever. Throw whatever you want at me." And she's throwing, and she thinks she's tough and strong,
Mm,
and she's a physical
No,
trainer. So she
they're
is,
not at all. No, they're not.
yeah,
The
but
thing is, the guys just go easy on them and
yeah.
play with them.
So I just hit her with a jab, just a stiff, just a stiff George Foreman jab, and that was it. And I've never knocked a guy out like that. Never.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the chin. I mean, frankly, they just don't even feel it. Like they don't know what it feels like to get even like half the strength, full strength, like 30%. And like, yeah, I would just stop going to class when it was like majority women. It was just to me a waste of time. Like all I'm doing is being an instructor there. I'm not even getting anything out of it. But yeah, if we were like holding the pads and there was like a girl there and she was like, "You want to partner up?" and I'm like, "Okay." I would kick the shit out of those pads. I'm like, "Look, you're gonna fucking hold this for me. You're gonna hold it like a man. I mean, if we're training together, like I'm not going easy on you." So I hope after that, someone were like, "Oh yeah, I should just stay home." I mean, it's really you're really doing a disservice by tricking women into thinking like they can actually take a man. It's really bad for their safety. I think it's bad. The only good training for women is firearm training.
Yeah.
That's the only good training for women, and that's actually not bad because, well, maybe not under a stressful situation, but a lot of times for like women can be pretty decent shots, um, and
I know women that can shoot pretty well.
yeah, women can shoot okay. The problem is they just don't like guns because they're loud and scary. But once you train them out of that, and they're like, okay, good, this is like a tool that I can use to save my life. Yeah, that's the best tool because it's a huge equalizer. Huge equalizer. Like
Yeah.
anyone gets shot by a bullet, that's a bad day.
Because when you
Like a
train
9mm bullet.
though, if you have to hold back, because then you're going to be trained to hold back. And so when the real thing does happen,
Exactly.
then you're going to hold back. And you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It is a mental disorder. Yeah. So, yeah, it's laughable. I don't think anyone sees this and goes, except other women, right? Other women are just gonna see this and go, "Oh, slay queen, tell those men, those bad boys," because women try to act like mothers for some. It's really weird when like women who have no children like project their weird naggy motherly instinct onto men. It's like, hey, fuck off. Like, no one asked for you to do this. Like, I catch Paula doing that. She catches herself sometimes. She'll do something and she's like, wait a second, I'm not your mother. Like, what am I doing? I'm like, thank you. Yes. Like, at some point, you're crossing a line where it's like, it's not like you're being helpful, you're just being annoying.
You're nagging.
Yeah, you're naggy. Like, this is just like you're not my fucking mother. And I dig. You don't like. You don't need to treat me this way. And it's not just because it's annoying. It's
Yeah, I get it.
I don't want to say weird, but like I don't know. You know what I mean? You've been around women. Anyone who's been around women for an extended period of time that you've like
Eventually,
dated
your
somebody.
wife becomes your mother, you know, and it's like,
Yeah, well, they try. They try. Like it's something they settle into. I think it's just part of their instinct. And I mean, as a man, you should value your freedom and autonomy enough. You know, like especially me because I'm an only child. I've had to be self-sufficient my whole fucking life, or like since I was 13, 15. It basically as soon as I could work legally and get the fuck out of the house and go. I've never been in a situation where I'm like, hey, do this, help me do this. But that's basically what you have to do with women. You delegate to them. Like they want to be useful. So you got to be a leader. But I'm like, well, I'd rather do all this shit myself. So it's done right the way I like it. So I had to get used to that. And someone like, you know, caring for me and helping me take care of the house and stuff. But there, it gets to the point where it crosses over into like, okay, I didn't ask you for that. I don't need you. Like, hey, you know, this is what you can remind me to do, not nag at me to do this shit that I already have. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if I'm explaining that right.
no,
Anyways,
yeah,
so then we've got Matt Walsh, who specifically started a thread. I don't know what you think about Matt Walsh. I'm pretty neutral. I don't really give a shit about him and the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and those guys. But I think they're kind of like milquetoast normie conservatives, and Ben Shapiro is like almost treasonous.
yeah.
Almost, huh? Do you know who Ben Shapiro is?
I know Ben Shapiro well. Yes.
Okay, he's in a very sketchy territory to me, where I'm like, are you a agent of Israel?
I
Like,
think so.
I I think so. I think I agree. It's not like he's come out and said anything, but he tends to be not. He tends to be like in favor of the government on shit that matters, like important shit. He gets really wrong, and he's like he has dual citizenship. He said stuff like, "Yeah, like I'm, you know, uh, like his priority is Israel, right? Like
Yeah.
he went through that whole thing with Candace Owen because she's a Christian and she didn't toe the, the Jew narrative, the Zionist narrative. I don't know. So theocratic fascists. That's the thing. Like which religion? Like what kind of fascist? Anyways, whatever.
Should be
Uh,
based on religion anyway. That's what founded America is. There's no basis of real religion. I mean,
right.
Judeo-Christian values, yes, but again, Judeo-Christian. So there's the Jews are represented. So
So I was watching, I think it was like a Sargon value video or something, and the interesting thing about these is like it's very performative, right? So like they specifically set up their camera. Like she started crying and she was like, "Oh man, this would be a good TikTok." So like, oh, I need people to see this and get attention. But again, this is just so like the last video we watched, right? That's the stick, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm punishing you men for being men and being
it's like
patriots and
I
standing.
wouldn't fuck you except after eight beers, maybe. I don't know, whatever.
Right, but then this is kind of the carrot where it's like, okay, so I'm going to appeal to men's, uh, like the kind of white knight protective nature, right? And so you've got like the stick, which is like, oh, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to give you negative. I'm going to shame you and guilt you for doing this thing, and you're not going to get the carrot from me, even though no one gives a fuck. Sorry. And then this girl's like, or all these crying girls, I guess the racist bitches are, like, oh, I'm so sad. Won't you come help me? I'm just a poor little girl that didn't get my way. I'm a little spoiled child crying. Is it me? Do you think that? Every time I see videos like this, all I think is like, how old is this spoiled
I don't
child
know.
breaking down in
Let's see
crocodile
the
tears?
video.
Huh?
Can we see it? And then,
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sharing the right one, right? Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much it. There's no sound. It's just the. I mean, you can see the.
This Trump derangement syndrome is brought on by the media, and I don't think people realize.
Well, this is TikTok. This is some girl. This
Right,
isn't.
they're
This is.
taught to hate Trump, and so she was probably young.
Yeah, she looks like a little girl. I mean,
There was a time when Oprah and Whoopi Goldberg were friends of Trump, and
yeah,
even
this
the
girl doesn't
Clintons
know
were
about that,
friends of
dude.
Trump, and the media is ridiculous, and that's
Right,
why
but
we have
this
to.
is TikTok. This isn't the media.
Well, it is though.
No, it's not. It's TikTok. There's just some little girl crying.
But TikTok and YouTube has become the new media.
Okay, but this isn't this. She isn't a CNN pundit. This is just some girl.
Well, but that can influence somebody.
What? No, yeah, but okay. I don't know. You got to think about it more. I think you got to think about it more on like a basic human level. Like she wanted her way. She didn't get it. She's crying about it. Like this isn't irrational adult behavior, right? Like if we lose, we basically what a conservative Republican, right? Whatever you want to say. What do they say in this country? Oh, we'll get them next time. We'll get them in 2024.
Yeah.
Right? Like yeah, I don't know. This is CNN. I mean, this is
Let them fuck up.
Show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
Places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we can show you that as well. We just bring that out here.
they lost
Harris
that whole
overperforming 2020.
northern.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
It's a good one.
Part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist and now has a direct, could potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office. I think this is a big, huge part of the story.
It is a big part of the story, but he's not disinformation. It's
Yeah.
just free speech.
I wish people would just start calling these people out.
Yeah, Elon, she's actually right there. Him getting Twitter was
Yeah, it's a big deal. That's great.
It was huge because we
Yeah.
could post all the lies about COVID, all the lies about ivermectin, all the lies about the 2020 election,
Yeah.
I mean, we could now post it, Hunter Biden's laptop, and people started to see that and realize, oh, Donald Trump didn't actually say these things or what have you. And yeah, but it's not propagandist. It's free speech. Some of it could be propaganda. Who knows? But intelligent person can pick and choose.
Well, it's kind of hard to be propaganda when you literally have community notes of people like going through and fact checking. Like people putting community notes against Elon Musk's own tweets. Like
Yeah.
he'll tweet something out and then he'll post something and people will be like, actually it's this and that, and then you could have someone else correcting them and be like, oh well, it's this, and then so on and so forth. Like I don't. That's a pretty blatant example of something not being proper. Like when you actually have people going in, multiple third party unbiased sources correcting people and posting sources and links and stuff. So it's just working as intended. That's the problem for these people.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, if you don't have the truth on your side, you have to resort to censorship, like to maintain your power, because they're weak.
We're talking about that on The View. Like, we really
Yeah, they're
got
weak.
shut down social media. And it's like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, why not? Like they're in a position of weakness now.
Yeah, we got
Like it's like people are starting to break through the programming, so to speak. The propaganda and bullshit. Like you've got average people starting to realize, oh yeah, this is different. This is weird. Like
Once they see the grocery prices, and
yeah, things are pretty fucking bad.
insurance and healthcare, it's like, yeah, this is hitting me hard.
Right. Yeah, I mean, talk about again, like women, because we have to, as far as like the voting goes, general
Majority
election.
voters.
Right. Like what would women care about more? Honestly, just ask yourself, like abortion or stuff that literally impacts them. Like abortion isn't important unless they're pregnant. Like what's important every day when your gas prices are quadrupled? What's important? The economy shitting the bed. What's important? All these.
I'm a 53-year-old man. Does abortion affect me? No, I don't care.
No, that's the problem with when your identity is based on fucking identity politics. Like when your whole identity is wrapped into one issue. Like, okay, well, and that's the thing. These people are so disconnected. Like the
I don't
people
give a
that
shit about the environment either. To be honest, I don't care.
I don't fucking care, and most people don't.
Yeah, it's like I
Like,
care about my grocery prices, my gas prices,
yeah,
crime, immigration.
yeah, things
what I
that directly impact your life. Yeah, you and like hundreds of millions of other people. The only reason a bunch of liberal women don't care about that shit is because they're insulated from the consequences of their voting until they're not. I mean, you've got like, what's that lady, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks or whatever?
Yeah,
I mean, she is like a hardcore liberal feminist in California and LA or wherever they're located. And then, like, she gets, sexually assaulted or something, molested by some fucking homeless guy, like,
yeah.
basically at her front door. So like literally the problem came to her doorstep, and magically, lo and behold, now she's starting to realize,
She
oh,
started
maybe,
to wake up.
yeah, you're starting to wake up, and you just can't be deceived anymore when your eyes literally see this is bullshit. Like, you can't lie to her and be like, oh, everything's fine. We live in a fucking utopia. Progressivism is the goal every single
It's not
time.
until it hits
Like,
them in the ass that they realize that they made a mistake, and that's why they never learn
yeah.
lessons. Same thing with Hollywood or the video
Well,
game
they
industry
do
or the
they
comic
do learn.
book industry.
They do when it does hit them in the ass. That's what I'm saying. When they actually finally suffer the consequences, it does what they don't learn when they can double down because they're insulated. But when it finally hits them, and the problem is a lot of the time when you're talking about like celebrities, by the time it hits them, the whole society is fucked. Like everything's crumbled because, they have money and influence, so they can be insulated to the point where it's like, okay, people are literally like coming to your gate and burning your community down to come fucking like pillage and like rape all of your people. Like there's literally nothing you can do about it because people are starving, and if you're not flying out on the next like private, if you're not being like helicoptered out of your estate, people are going to come for you. If you haven't bought like 100 acres of farmland somewhere to escape to, with, like workers with people, or you have like private staff and bodyguards, which they already do. But yeah, like when it affected, so someone like her is finally like, oh yeah, maybe all this bullshit that I believe, and all the lies that I help spread, and all the lies that I tell myself and the people around me say, and all the virtue signaling, maybe that's fucking bullshit. Like maybe there's something to what these people are saying. I mean, look, what they will do is say they won't acknowledge, oh yeah, my worldview, like my belief system, is retarded, and it will always cause this, because they go, like you say, oh well, the left you. No, this is a logical progression of your worldview. If you believe X, Y, Z, this is where it leads every time. So that's the problem with that, is they just go, oh well, these people are crazy. Like it's going too far when you
Yeah.
literally realize crime. Like now you've gone too far. Like what do you mean too far? Like this train has no fucking brakes. There is no too far. Like too
Oh,
far.
they'll burn it to the ground. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I think. Like we looked at G4
So
TV when they resurrected themselves, and they had a bad business model to begin with, and then they had that Frost incident, and then Adam Sessler started tweeting all this crazy shit. Who Adam Sessler is somebody who actually liked watching back in the day. Uh, I don't like him now. He can go fuck himself.
I don't think he likes himself now.
And they burned it to the ground. They made
Yeah.
no. They made no move to distance themselves from the comments. They made no move to change the business model. They made no move. They just burned it right to the fucking ground. And within a year, they were dead. And that's it. And that's
Yo.
what Disney's going to do, and Ubisoft, and now the people who made Dragon Age, they're going to burn it to the ground. They're just going to burn it to the fucking ground. Blizzard, all of them. They're just going to burn their shit to the ground. And it's going to become worthless, and somebody else will buy it. And that's the bottom line. Somebody else will pick it up. Might be the Chinese, might be somebody else, but they will not change. They will. There's no learning lessons. Marvel Comics will not learn a lesson. DC Comics will not learn a lesson. They're not going to make comics for us ever. It's over. Okay, Hollywood is not going to make movies or shows for us. It's over unless somebody else completely takes over. Period.
There's no one to take over. It's
Well, then
it's what?
well, then they're over, and somebody else is going to have to fill the vacuum. It's that
Yeah,
simple.
exactly.
That's Shattermare. I mean,
That's what's gonna
it's
happen. I
us.
mean,
We'll,
it's gonna
we'll,
be us or multiple people or somebody. But yeah, I mean, there's gonna be. So I mean, we can talk about shitty things all day, but at the end of the day, I'm very hopeful because like once these fucking retards burn themselves to the ground and they're starving in the streets, like that's the thing I was worried. I was gonna say like women are more worried about crime and getting raped and starving in the streets than they are about abortions. So like some of them actually woke the fuck up and
yeah,
because voting is anonymous. Like you can vote for Trump and just lie to people around you, even though
right.
you're not. Women aren't confrontational, so they'll just won't tell anybody.
I mean,
Anyways, so
my dad gave me great advice as a kid. He said, "Never tell somebody how you voted, and don't tell them how much money you make."
yep.
So, food for thought.
Yeah, there's I mean people are just envious. It's human nature. You can't change it. You just have to work with it. And if you understand human nature, you're smart about it, you can be clever and do well. But yeah, like once they burn it to the ground, there's going to be like a new, there's going to be a renaissance of uh this woke leftism, progressive, whatever you want to call it, liberalism. There's all these stupid words and they're constantly redefining shit. But once all this dies, once all these companies and the industry die from the black plague that is wokeism, um, what's left? That's us. Yeah, we fill the void. There's going to
Yep,
be a new renaissance of everything.
yep.
I mean, if you think about it, like what comes out the other end is going to be fucking glorious. I mean, whether that's going to be like literal hard times and death and starvation and stuff and plague, or,
Heroes cartoon or something.
yeah, or it's just a bunch of companies go bankrupt. That's the good ending, frankly. Like less loss of life is good,
Here's
right?
what they're going to do. They want to push the message, but there's not going to be government subsidies to bail them out. And I think that's what they were counting on with the Democrats. Because the
Right,
Democrats, they were pushing propaganda, Democrat propaganda, and now that lifeline is gone. And so
right. Now they
now
forced
you
to be
have to make it
profitable.
on your own accord. So deal with it.
Right,
Deal
right,
with it.
exactly. So all these quota hire, women are going to be fired, which they already are. Like the tech companies and all these make work jobs, people are overpaid for nothing.
Yeah.
Like they all have gone away because these companies are doing really bad. They're just floating.
Well, the
Um,
economy went to shit. So here's actually my
yeah, they'd rather
this
have
could be
Trump.
my focus. This could be my focus for the next few years. The economy is going to get better. We know that under Trump. Will these companies redo what they did?
Yes, yeah, they will.
The extra money?
Yeah, they will
Yeah. All right.
because the companies, because again, like the people haven't really felt the consequences. Like these companies, again, they're not dead. They're not rising from the ashes. They're just cutting the fat. But the people in charge are the same kind of like beta cucks that will bow to any regime that's in power. Like they're just at the end of the day, they're normies like a lot of the rest of the people. They're just in a higher level position. But like if Trump comes in and pressures them, or I guess allows them to make money, focus on making money. Like the leftists that work there haven't gone anywhere. So if they're allowed to hire and maintain all these people, but no one's telling them or punishing them or pressuring them to not be woke, they're still going to do it, and they're going to have the wealth to support all these fucking losers, just like welfare,
Yeah.
right? On a corporate level.
Yeah, it's
But
like it's adult daycare.
Yeah, exactly. And they're just going to have the wealth they're going to have all the fat to support these parasites, basically. But if they don't, like, then they'll starve out. So, I mean, it just depends on what, a lot of it's political pressure. So, I don't know. Like, it's I mean, yeah, you have it where, like, Jeff Bezos tells the media company he owns not to endorse one candidate over the other, but that's a pretty fucking minimal thing he could do. He's still what's the right word for it? He's not principled. Like, he doesn't have principle. He's just a capitalist.
Right.
So he's gonna go whatever the way the wind blows. Like, he whatever is good for him, where he can still operate. So, like, if that's gonna be, oh well, I have to just pay off the Democratic mafia, the government mafia, fine, I'll do it. Then he just becomes a fascist company. Like, that now we just live in a fascist country because the company, he's basically the government's bitch. He does what they tell him. That's what happened with Facebook and Twitter before Elon Musk took over.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. So now we're living in a much better timeline where that isn't the case. So hopefully going forward, there's more incentives to go the other way.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
all I'll say. I don't know for sure. So all I know is here's another person melting down.
We may not have rights tomorrow.
I'm scared to go to sleep. I might wake up a motherfucking slave.
People actually think, why are so many lawn fucking care landscape workers? Is it just because they're fucking losers? That's like the only job they can get is to fucking mow lawns like a 15-year-old kid.
It's like your fucking life's gonna get better and you don't even know it.
Jesus. I mean, some of these people honestly do believe this stuff. It's not just for clicks and views. Like, I can't be that cynical about it. Some of these people do believe this shit, so it's just like they're just joining in on the misery.
Yeah.
So the fact that they believe it's like, God, oh my God, the fucking world that you think you live in.
I don't know how to do this.
Like you said, yeah, it's gonna get better, and they don't even know.
No, I'm just not. I can't fucking deal with this shit right now. I am 48 years old, and I have never experienced anything like this, and never thought I would in this country.
God, what the fuck is wrong with you? You've never been through a hard time?
No, that's what I'm saying, dude.
What
They
the
have
fuck
it.
Is this even a man?
Yeah, that's the most disgraceful.
I mean, God.
That's
You
the only
need to
facial
delete
hair you
that
can grow.
shit, dude, because you are a fucking cuck.
Yep.
No, wait. I'm so stressed. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to get through the next couple
Why don't you
days.
get up and go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a job.
We may not
Not with those tattoos.
have rights tomorrow.
I wish that were true. It could be so much worse for you. Oh my god, you have no idea how good of a life you have. This I've seen already. What else?
Oh, so now this election is rigged, even though they didn't.
Right.
Here's the funniest thing: like the last election, they had to shut down at 10 o'clock at night, my time. So because it was too late,
Everything is going
it
shit.
was too late.
Stop living in the past. You don't from you, about yourself.
Motivational stuff. Yeah. And then
Then
I
this
saw,
time they didn't. It's just funny how that works.
and then I saw this one. It's a pretty good photo someone caught. Yeah, Trump, Dana White, the UFC guy,
Yeah,
and Elon Musk,
yeah.
and then a bunch of people from that camp. Let's yep. Yep.
Yeah, Apple threatened to leave Twitter
Good. Fuck off.
advertising on Twitter, and Elon Musk just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, whatever, fuck off. You know.
Yeah, he cut all the overhead and fucking worthless people. So it's like, okay, you could probably operate pretty low margin to maintain everything. I mean, he, it, whatever. He's fine.
But it's funny because everybody's saying that he took a bath on Twitter, but I just don't see it. Nobody's giving me any financials.
No, he hasn't. That's what a bunch of financially illiterate retards are saying.
Yeah.
Like, what happened is Twitter was actually never profitable.
Never.
Never.
It wasn't, even when it went public.
Right. And
It's
so
never profitable.
And so financially illiterate retards go, "Oh, he fired a bunch of people." So the lie is that, well, obviously the company is doing terrible because he had to fire those people and he's mean and bad and awful and look what he did. And they're losing advertisers left and right and he's doing horrible. And then it was like literally that quarter or like they were showing, I think it still wasn't profitable, but the margin was smaller, if I remember. Because I was talking to a friend about this, like when he did that a year or two ago, whatever that was. Man, time flies. But yeah, I was like, I mean, that's really easy to look up. You can just look it up right now, and he did. And I'm like, look, see, there you go. Easy, there you go. Like, so now imagine how well he's going to do when he cut all the overhead.
Yep.
Worthless people who don't make anything.
40%. Yep.
A bunch of fucking overpaid. The title I always see was like product manager, like, or project manager. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, what fucking product are you managing?
Manager. Like, really?
Right. Yeah, it's bullshit. Like, what product are you managing? It's fucking Twitter, and it's all bullshit. It's all complete.
I'm gonna manage a project. What kind
Right.
of fucking law firm? Like,
Right.
we don't have. We don't have HR. We don't.
They're
have
managing their fucking latte in the morning. That's about it. So, and you know what the greatest thing about that is? Perfect. You can go work at fucking Starbucks and make my coffee, because that's the only thing you ever actually did at Twitter in your adult daycare.
Yeah.
Is just sit around and make fucking chai lattes. So great.
Sit around and do meetings.
Yeah. Oh my god, working remote is so nice. Not being in a million fucking calls, meetings about meetings, and just taking notes, and then being like, okay, what's the actionable item that I'm supposed to take away from this?
Yeah, it's like, what do you want me to do? Because these meetings
Like,
are.
you're fucking, yeah. And it would just be like that because my fucking boss needed a therapy session to hang out and talk with people. It's like, and then you wonder why you're always behind and you work so many hours and never get all your shit done in time. Like, if you just
When I worked at
worked.
Logic, it was like that. It was like right before we got laid off. Let's have more meetings. It's like maybe
Oh.
we should be producing chips. You know, I don't know.
Right, but that's these these bureaucratic middle managers have to justify their time. Like they're just collecting a paycheck.
Yep.
It's just as bad as if someone clocks in and then walks away to smoke for a half an hour and then walks back in. You know what I mean? And then they just worked for like several hours. It's just stealing money. They're just salary
Several. Shit.
and they're overpaid. Yeah,
One out of them.
yeah, but that's women and boomers in the workplace.
And human resources, the most ridiculous fucking.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. The only thing human resources is ever the only part of human resources that's ever actually necessary is payroll.
Yep.
Like, bitch, make sure my paycheck goes into my bank account every couple Fridays or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like, just make sure you compile everything. You hit the fucking button. You make sure everyone's,
On the 1st and 15th,
compliant.
get
Right.
me my cash.
Right. You make sure everyone's compliant. You set up people's 401ks and health benefits. But if you did that, you would have like one person that doing that job, and they could almost do it part time. So the problem
my
is,
dad did that. My dad was a controller, so he was the accountant for a civil engineering firm, but he did human resources on the side.
right, exactly, on the side.
He did all that. He was the main accountant, the controller, and then he took care of all that shit on the side. There was
Right.
no human resources.
Right. And then these fucking dipshits, like, want to be Karens through the hiring process so they feel powerful, like they have some sort of authority, even though they have absolutely no fucking idea what they're doing for hiring people. So they make up all these retarded, like, completely dumbass things that don't matter. Like, the most absolutely abject retarded things that I ever came across when I had like a job application before I just sat down with my hiring manager and just talked to them about the job and like what their goals are and what their responsibilities are and what I'm doing. They have like psychological evaluations and shit. It's literally just like 4 layers of HR shit you have to get past. So some lazy dumb bitch doesn't actually do her fucking job and just schedule a meeting. Like, she's just an assistant. That's all she really is. So that she feels like, oh, I'm a part of this. Ooh wee, this will be fun. So you have to get past this one random fucking bitch who frankly has no fucking clue what she's doing. And for some reason she gets to decide, like she has some kind of input. Like, fuck off. What the fuck is wrong with? And then the other thing is just company event planning. Like, ooh, I think it'll be fun if we all meet for
Christmas
Halloween.
party,
Yeah,
or-
the Christmas party. Like, it's just fucking planning parties. And oh, wow, that's so difficult. Your job's so hard. Wow.
Or booking a flight for the boss or some shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of assistant shit. It's just you're a fucking overpaid secretary. God damn. What a complete fucking waste.
And they have no
Stupid.
knowledge of anything.
Yeah, they don't know fucking anything. And you're like, don't you at least know about like the building maintenance or anything? Oh no, that's like the building supervisor. They do that or whatever. Like, so what the fuck are you doing? What is it that you say you do here?
Do you even
Like,
take out the garbage? Like,
yeah, do you even know? Like, do you even have a key to the building? Like, what the fuck? What, you just sit here all day on fucking Facebook and Twitter? Yeah. Oh, okay. Get my fucking coffee then, bitch. Like, be useful for once. Go get my fucking coffee.
yeah.
So, okay, so here, we'll do this last one, then I've got to go to bed, because I've got to get up for work in the morning.
Yeah, I got it.
But, this is one of the worst, okay? Brace yourself.
Here we go.
So it's a loud, angry black woman. Brace yourself, William.
I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad? I'm sorry. No.
There you go.
Wow.
That's the winner. How can you open your mouth that long? Man. Big job.
Again, I see a bunch of shit on Twitter. It's ridiculous.
I'll probably go lull myself to sleep.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, what are all these
Their life will
weird looking
get better.
bitches?
Well, we're
Because
gonna
it's
win
not
all
even
the
real.
sex.
Guys, we literally don't even have to panic. We literally don't even have to freak out right now. We don't even have to we don't have to freak out. We don't have to freak out because it's not even real. Because, bitch, recount the vote. Guys, we literally don't.
Here's the thing: is that what rights did anybody lose when Trump was president before? None. But under Biden,
Boogie.
they're trying to censor free speech.
Ew.
Yeah, I love that guy.
That should be claimed as
the white
pornography.
white guy for Harris.
Yeah. Taking out the trash.
T-shirt, show my man tits. Fucking fag. Oh, I'm sorry to all the fags out there.
Stupid fucking whore! So I'll just shut the fuck up! I'll just shut the fuck up for good now, huh? Yeah, you fucking want that? Yeah? We are fucking over, you fucking dumbass! I hope that you choke on a piece of concrete and literally go to hell. I will see you in fucking hell, you fucking asshole, you fucking liar, you fucking manipulator, you goddamn wish you would have played your cards right with me, you fucking asshole!
I wonder why a MGTOW. I mean, just it's okay. I'll let you stew about it.
Yeah, this is old. This is a different thing. But
Matter.
Yeah, but like
I almost married that shit. So.
Oh well.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's a you problem then.
Oh
no! Yeah, I don't know, man. Like these
No.
people don't like that. I mean, that girl is also a fucking child. It's like a little girl.
They are children. Look,
But like this
tells us like they're
you
children.
don't need TFM to tell you that. That's what I'm saying. I guess maybe it's just me. Like I'm just making an observation. Like I don't know this person. I'm disconnected from them. So maybe I'm more objective, but I'm just looking at, and this isn't a child. This is like a grown woman in like her 30s or 40s.
Yeah, I didn't.
Like you just
lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, it just.
I went to work the next day and I did my job.
Right. Yeah. Well, mentally, this lady and this girl are the same age. Like they both act.
It's kind of like when your team loses a game. You know, you just they lost the fucking game. You know,
Burn this whole fucking place to the ground. I swear to God, if you idiots elect that demented man, I will burn this whole fucking place to the ground.
Please do it with yourself inside. Like, oh my God, I can't. Please, come on. Yes, let's go. That's what I've been waiting for. Come on, let's do it. Let's fucking go.
I got a 3.57 pointed at your dome.
Let's fucking go. I'm ready. I've been ready for a while.
I'm ready all the time.
Man.
Fucking
Yeah, they have no fucking idea what they have no fucking idea what they would be in store. What would be in store for them? So, yeah.
Everybody's going to be in a better place a year from now.
Well, they won't acknowledge that though. So, yeah, man,
we all
different
will,
time.
except for entertainment. Entertainment's going to lash out. But here's the thing. Here's the kicker that people got to realize that he also won the popular vote. So
People know that.
He did.
Yeah, people know that.
Yeah, Trump won the popular vote.
Right.
The first president to do that in 20 years, actually, George Bush in 2004 won the popular vote. I don't know how the fuck he pulled that off.
What do you mean?
I hated that fucking guy, too.
Have you heard of 9/11?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
That's literally it.
That's it.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I mean, I was there.
Popular vote. So now all these media companies have to look at it and go, and we also won the Senate, and it looks like we're going to win the House.
Yeah, but no, they don't have to do that. What are you talking about?
Well, if they don't, then they lose all ratings and they get no subsidies.
They already have. They already have been. Also, those companies, like I say, they're subsidized by the government, but it's in a roundabout way. It's less through the government and more through the taxpayer, because they're subsidized through companies like BlackRock and Vanguard. And most
That's ESG, but that's not enough to sustain them.
Well, it is because it's our money, and by our I mean like most American, because most Americans don't go into their 401k and actually pick what they're invested in because they're not financially illiterate. Yeah, they just rely on the investment company. Yeah, so most of them are targeted funds, but most of the targeted funds are made up of, you guessed it, all of the ESG companies. And so they use BlackRock, Vanguard, the two largest hedge funds that manage most of the 401k accounts.
We have seen a downsizing of these businesses like Disney, like Ubisoft, like Sony, like Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Huge downsizing.
But it's almost a good thing though, because if they do that, like if they crash so bad or they destroy themselves, they burn their companies down so much that these hedge funds and fund managers lose the average person's 401k. I think that's why they're really manipulating the market right now. I mean, to also make them look good, the Democrats. But if they actually lose everyone's money, that will trigger like 1920 era depression. That's basically what the Depression was, the Great Depression. Right. Everyone's savings were wiped out.
Yeah.
People were killing themselves, jumping out windows.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you have nothing. Like, all of your livelihood is gone. What do you have left? The fucking house that you have a mortgage in that you're underwater on? Like, what can you afford? Nothing. Yeah. You're in debt with everything else. Like, basically, everything you've been told, how to invest, how to live your life, just go to work.
Here's the thing. That's it. Under Trump, the economy is going to improve tenfold. It will.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad he won. At least. And
these companies will keep pushing their bullshit, and they'll get funded.
The problem is he still probably will go to war for Israel. So, I mean, at least the economy will be good. It'll be a wartime economy. I don't know if that's overall great, but at least the economy won't be shit and World War III. But
yeah,
hopefully not World War III. But I still don't have that much faith in the guy. I think that he may not. He may finally end the war between Ukraine and Russia, because that was kind of a Ukraine-Biden deal. But I'm not so sure that. I don't know. I'm not so sure that
We'll see. We'll see.
he's not in the bag for Israel.
I think he can work some things. He's got it, man.
I mean,
I
maybe
was
he'll
gonna
try
say
to be
for a
like
reason.
JFK, but
Again, he was saved for a reason, and I think he was saved to save this country. And that may sound corny. It's based on faith,
yeah, we'll see.
but God
I
works.
hope you're right.
God works through people who are flawed. Okay, Moses was flawed. God works through people who are flawed, and I really think that there is I don't
I
know,
hope.
divine intervention, like with this assassination. I was listening to a stream, people said he was shot at. And I had to go in and say, no, he was shot.
Yeah.
He was fucking shot. He wasn't shot at. He was
He was
shot.
nicked, barely. Luckily.
Doesn't matter. And if he didn't turn his head would have exploded like a melon.
Yeah, on live TV. That'd have been horrible.
So, that
Oh.
that's a threat.
Oh, guess what? I have one more thing. So, in like Robinhood, they were doing contracts, like futures contracts, where you basically just gamble. You can bet on Kamala or Trump winning, and I hedged my bet. I threw like it wasn't much at all. It was like, I even put in like $100. It was like $100 to $150. But I hedged my bet. I was like, well, if Kamala wins, at least I'll have a little bit of money before it's worthless. If Trump wins, it'll be the best $150 I ever fucking lost in my life. And Trump won, so I was very excited to lose that money.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, the Crucible bet like 1,000 with Destiny and lost. And Rob Noer, which you have to check out his channel, Rob Noer, Noer. He makes Destiny rage quit when he debates him. It's great. It's
Nice.
awesome. Just makes him spurg.
Well,
and
I'll
they
check it out.
picked Kamala because they thought shenanigans were going to be in play.
Right, exactly. That's what I think a lot of people thought. So they're really just shorting Trump because they thought it was rigged.
But again, I work in California, and I've worked with attorneys who are litigators, and they know people who knew Kamala.
Yeah, that's good. Hopefully she's old news.
She's terrible.
But, yeah.
She's a terrible human being and a terrible lawyer. And
yeah, well, for sure. She was a DEI hire. All right, I got to go, man. It's almost 1:30 here at my time. Right. So any closing thoughts before we sign off here?
Closing thoughts. Just check out the Mercenary Guild at Shattermare.com, and also check out Hardly Heroes at Shattermare.com, and you'll find all the tabs right there. Shattermare.com again, folks.
That's right. And stay tuned for I need to send out an email, but soon we'll let people know when the campaigns are going up for Hardly Heroes issue 10 and Mercenary Guild issue 1. So I guess that's it. Have a good night, everyone. See you next time.
Good night, everybody, and God bless America.
That's right.
Hello, I'm William, the author and creator of Mercenary Guild, the kick-ass new 3-part dark fantasy comic by Shattermare Comics. We're very excited to bring you titles like Mercenary Guild and the new groundbreaking horror sci-fi graphic novel, Victor. For the email newsletter, please sign up at shattermarecomics.com and receive exclusives upon each launch. Then check out the latest issue of Hardly Heroes. Don't forget to grab the physical copy of Lucas the Mucus, written by the great TFM. Oh, and we have anime titties as well. Thanks again.